Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in just a couple seconds, so please take a seat. So good morning and welcome to day 2 of our REdI conference. I'd like to introduce Tonya Wilbon, who will be moderating as well as running the day 2 track on post-market. Tonya is our Assistant Director for the post-market industry team and the consumer team for our division of industry and consumer education. Tonya has been with FDA many years. I know it's 20 plus. I mean, you've been around for a long time. Quality system expert, does a lot of work with instructing for different industry groups like Amy and other industry groups that help you guys understand what your regulatory requirements are. And prior to coming to FDA, was a clinical microbiologist for years. So Tonya has a lot of expertise in this area. So please give a warm welcome to Tonya.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for being discreet about my age. So, hello, everyone. Depending on where you are, I would be either saying good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. So welcome. Again, as Joe has indicated, this is day 2 of the Small Business and Industry Assistance Regulatory Education for Industry Annual Conference. We hope that you had a very learned experience on yesterday, and we hope today will be just as fulfilling. So, as he indicated, I'm Tonya Wilbon, and before we get started, I would like to begin with a few logistics for today, just to serve as some reminders. All right, so please complete the evaluation for each session. We use that information and we share it with each speaker so that they can grow and learn. And we also use that information to begin to think about and plan for next year's event. So please provide us with feedback that you may have as it pertains to developing and creating this program. So please complete those. And then also your overall evaluation, you complete that today. Once you complete that overall evaluation, you will obtain or you will receive a certificate of attendance. At the end of today's session, you will get a link that will be activated and sent to you with a thank you email. And then that's when you'll get the evaluation. And it is after you complete the evaluation that you will obtain your certificate of attendance. Also, for those individuals, and I'll try to repeat this throughout the day, for those individuals who want the certificate of attendance for credits like for your professional organizations such as SOCRA and RAPS, please sign in at the desk at the very front entrance of this building. So make sure you sign in there to indicate you want them to provide you with that. All right. Also, after you complete your evaluation, they say you can also download it. It will only be available for 2 weeks, so up until June 3rd. So make sure you go ahead and download it after you complete your evaluation. Can't stress that enough. Recordings of today's event, as well as yesterday's, will be posted on the FDA event webpage. So you can go there after today to obtain a copy of that recording for the 2 days. And then for those that are participating online, we thank you. Please submit any questions that you have that you want to be read during the questions and answering session of each presentation. Submit those in the Q&A pod that should appear on your screen. And I do believe it's in the upper right-hand corner. Is that correct, Kim? The bottom right, thank you. The bottom right. So check that Q&A pod session and submit your questions for each session. Now, there are a few logistics for those of us who are here in person today. Remember, the on-site FDA Wi-Fi is FDA-guest, so you can log in using the Wi-Fi there. And then during the Q&A session, please use the 2 microphones that are here in the center of the aisle. Form your line there, and then hopefully as time allows during each session, we will be able to respond to your questions. So everyone, please do me a favor. If you're here in person, please hold up your cell phone. Now, please silence it right now. Please silence your phone. We want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to hear all the information that's being provided today. Thank you all. And then finally, I would encourage you, use the internet sparingly. When there are a lot of people trying to use the internet at one time, you know how that slows up your reception. So please use that sparingly. All righty, now for the reason we are here. Here is the agenda for day 2. As in yesterday, we will have two presentations during each session. After the second presentation, we will take either a 15-minute break or there will be a 1-hour lunch, just so you can sort of plan when you need to excuse yourselves, right? And lunch will begin, it's scheduled from 12:10 to 1:10. Hopefully we will stay on schedule. And then this is the remainder of the agenda for today. Again, as you see, during each session, we will have 2 presentations followed by a break, give you a little time to stretch and move around. And then somewhere around 3:30 this afternoon, we will have closing remarks followed by one-on-one with the speakers for the afternoon. We will do the same, my apologies. We will do the same during lunch. We will have one-on-one time during lunch with the morning speakers, with the AM speakers, so you can have an opportunity to ask questions if your question was not able to be asked because of time during that segment. And then at the end of the day, after we provide closing remarks, those of you who want to remain can remain and ask some additional one-on-one questions, only for the PM speakers though, all right? And then it says CDRH track adjourn. There's nothing else after that. You go home, have safe travels, and we definitely appreciate you attending. All right, so let's begin with the first session of the morning. The first session will be a session titled Quality Management System Regulation, QMSR. All right, you've been hearing that acronym, I'm sure, since February 2nd and 2 years before. Incorporation by Reference, or IBR, Demystified. And I will be providing that presentation on that topic. And then after my presentation, there will be a presentation titled Strategic Review of the QMSR Subpart B Supplemental Provisions. And that presentation will be given by Ruth Bediakoh. Ruth is a consumer safety officer for the post-market industry education team within the Division of Industry and Consumer Education here at CDRH. Ruth assists DICE in their efforts to educate and inform the medical device and radiological health industry on its FDA regulatory requirements for marketing medical devices and radiation-emitting products. Ruth has been with the FDA since 2015. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Pennsylvania State University. And Ruth's detailed or more complete bio can be found on the FDA events webpage. So you can go there for more detailed information about her bio as well as all of the presenters for today. All right, so let's get started. I will begin with the presentation titled Quality Management System Regulation, QMSR, Incorporation by Reference, Demystified. And I know some of you are like, oh, I know what it means, incorporation by reference, but trust me, we have been receiving questions about that. And as several presenters stated yesterday, that's how we identify what topics we want to cover during REdI, based on the questions we receive. So if someone has the question, someone else may have it also. And if you already are familiar with it and know everything about what that concept means, then great, you can just confirm your knowledge today. So many of you may or may not have this thought, you know, QMSR, ISO 13485, ISO 9000, 2015, incorporation by reference. What does it mean? You know, where do I start? Well, hopefully this presentation will help you demystify this concept today. So the learning objectives for this presentation are to explain the concept of incorporation by reference in general, and then explain how FDA uses this regulatory mechanism within the QMSR. I'm going to describe the material that is incorporated by reference in the quality management system, including how the regulatory leverages internationally recognized quality management system standards to support harmonization and modernization of medical device quality requirements. And then, of course, learning objective is to review some strategies to align your quality management system with the material that is already indicated to be incorporated by reference in the QMSR. All right. So let's begin with explaining this concept. What does incorporation by reference mean? You know, do I have to comply with it? What actually does it mean? So in general, incorporation by reference allows federal agencies to comply with the requirements to publish rules in the Federal Register and the Code of Federal Regulation, and they can do so by referring to material that has already been published elsewhere or that already exists elsewhere, instead of reproducing that same material, taking up space in the CFR. So they're able to incorporate it by reference. And this authority was granted by Congress during the Freedom of Information Act. So there actually is a legal law that says we can incorporate by reference this material that already exists. For reference material to be considered officially published in the Federal Register and the CFR, the material must be reasonably available. So we can't require you to comply to this requirement as a federal agency without making it somehow available to you to have access to it, all right? The incorporation cannot reduce the usefulness of the Federal Register or the CFR system. Okay, the reference material should support, not complicate the regulatory framework, and the incorporation must receive formal approval from the director of the Federal Register. So it has to obtain approval before it's actually officially incorporated. All right. These requirements ensure, again, that the agencies can efficiently use existing standards and publications while still maintaining transparency, accessibility, and legal accountability in the rulemaking process. All right. So it must be approved by the director of the Federal Register before it can be officially incorporated. So IBR, incorporation by reference, in layman's terms, what does that mean? It's the act of incorporating a second document in the original document by referring to that second document. All right, so it's just referring to a document in the original document. Material is treated as if it were published in the Federal Register. That's part of the stipulations. You have to publish laws and rules in the regulation, in the Federal Register, but when you incorporate it by reference, you don't have to put that full law or standard or publication in the Federal Register because you are incorporating it by reference. And the main point is that material has the force and the effect of law. We get that question a lot. Well, it's incorporated by reference. It's a standard. Standards are typically voluntary, but not in this case, not when it is incorporated by reference as part of a regulation. It now has the same legality and effect as a regular regulation or law. So why did FDA do this? You know, why do we choose to incorporate this material by reference? FDA identified here an opportunity for regulatory harmonization. You know, for years we've been trying to ensure that our requirements are harmonized with the rest of the world, requirements by the rest of the world. And that's to make it a little least burdensome for those who choose to market in the US as well as in other countries. So we identified this opportunity and said, hey, here would be an opportune moment. They are familiar with some of these materials that we want to incorporate. It also addresses inefficiency by reducing duplication between FDA regulations and international standards. So here again, instead of utilizing a lot of space or making the CFRs even thicker, we don't have to regurgitate that material in the CFR or in the Federal Register. We can just refer to it, all right? And it is still officially incorporated. And then we realized that it would align substantially similar requirements. So there are similar requirements in these standards that are being incorporated. So we here again thought that that was a win-win to incorporate this material into our regulation. And in doing so, it will make ISO 13485 the foundational requirements. Right, and a lot of companies that market both in the US and in other countries are somewhat familiar with ISO 13485. So those are some of the reasons why. So let's talk about what is that material that's incorporated by reference. Some of you may already know, so here you're doing your checks and balances, right? Aha, I'm smart, I know that already, right? So ISO 13485, the 2016 version, all right, not the 2003, it's the 2016 version that's titled Medical Devices Quality Management Systems Requirements for Regulatory Purposes. So that is the standard that has been incorporated by reference. And because it was incorporated by reference, it was approved by the Director of the Federal Register, right? It is, for those who may not know, I know some of you may be familiar with it, but for those who do not know, it is an international consensus standard for devices, and it specifies requirements for a quality management system. All right, so those of you who are not familiar with that. And here it specifies those requirements, and then you must meet those requirements in order to demonstrate that you have an effective quality management system in place. What's that other material? The only other material that is incorporated by reference to this regulation is Clause 3 of ISO 9000, 2015 version. No, any other version. It is this specific standard, this specific clause within that standard, all right? And it's titled Quality Management Systems, Fundamentals and Vocabulary. And again, for those who may not be familiar with it, it contains the terms and definitions that are essential for the application of ISO 13485. So ISO 13485, in other words, has incorporated Clause 3 of ISO 9000 in its standard because they utilize some of the same definitions. Right, and that standard, ISO 9000, provides the fundamental concepts, principles, and, as I've already stated, vocabulary for a quality management system, or QMS. So now we know those two materials that are incorporated by reference in the QMSR, in the Quality Management System regulation. And what else does that regulation say about incorporation by reference? So in Title 21, Code of Federal Regulation, or CFR, Section 820.7 is where you have incorporation by reference. And there it states that all approved incorporation by reference material is available for inspection by the FDA, for inspection at the National Archives and Records Administration, or NARA. And then that material is also available for purchase from the International Organization for Standardization. Remember, standards are available for purchase, but here we make it available for read only at the FDA and at NARA. And in the final rule of the Federal Register, it gives you the exact location of how you can obtain that read-only version. There is a link to the portal where you can access those documents. All right. So now let's talk about some strategies in order to comply. You know, you have to comply with these standards because they are incorporated by reference, because earlier I indicated that they have the effect of law. So now we have officially incorporated them. The Director of the Federal Register has approved them specifically as it is indicated in the standard. So the standard specifies in 820.7 that ISO 9000, Clause 3 of ISO 9000 is approved for incorporation by reference for parts 820.3, where we have the definitions. So all of the FDA definitions for the quality management system are in section 820.3. In section 820.7 for incorporation by reference, it also states that ISO 1345 is incorporated by reference all the material for the rest of the quality management system regulation. That is parts 820.10, where it talks about the quality management system in general, as well as the supplemental provisions in 820.35 and 820.45. So it is now legally in there. Now, where do you start? It's incorporated by reference. You have the effect of law. I have to comply with it. Where do I start? So first, you want to make sure you review the definitions at Clause 3, ISO 9000 2015 standard. You got to make sure that you understand the terminologies that are used and understand that in 820.3, it specifies that certain terminology in the quality management system regulation that were previously in the quality system regulation are no longer there. So we refer to the definitions in either the ISO standard or in Clause 3 of ISO 9000. In 820.3, it also specifies that when there is a term that is discrepant or different than is in the ISO, in Clause 3 of ISO 9000 or in ISO 1345, that the FDA definition, the definitions in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, or the definitions in 820.3b supersede those definitions. So if you see two definitions, one in QMSR as well as in the standards, then the definition in the QMSR or the definition in the Act would supersede that. An example would be device. So FDA has a definition of device in, I think it's 201 of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and it defines device. Well, also in the standard, they have a definition of device. Ours differ a little. So when you are determining what requirements apply to your device, and if your product meets the definition of a device that's regulated by FDA, you would defer to the FDA's definition. All right, there's also other terms like labeling where they are defined in both sets. So make sure you are applying the requirements to meet FDA requirements as is indicated in those FDA laws and regulations. All right, also, you want to get started, read the standard, read ISO 1345 at least once. You won't remember everything. And as time goes by, you'll know, yeah, I know I read something about it. Now let me refer to it. All right, so read the standard. And of course, read the quality management system regulation in 21 CFR Part 820. Also, I cannot encourage you enough, read the preamble to that final rule that amended the quality system regulation to what we have now as the quality management system regulation. There's a lot of helpful information in FDA's responses to the comments that we received about the regulation, and it further clarifies those requirements. So I encourage you to review that preamble as well. So now you've gotten started and you want to continue to start. So you can also read some additional educational material that will help you understand what does this incorporation by reference mean. We have educational material on CDRH Learn website. They come in the form of modules, which are multimedia educational material, and we have topics on that webpage about the quality management system regulation. So you can take a look at that, as well as information that's on the CDRH device advice web pages. And there is all written text, but it's great educational material. If you go to that website and you select on the left side post-market requirements, you click that link, That's where you will find the information about the Quality Management System Regulation. There's also a great document in there, Quality Management System Regulation Frequently Asked Questions, that you can refer. So the first thing you want to do is gather up all of the documents, all the guidance that you can get, and just peruse through them once to get you started. Now, what are some strategies? You got your information, you're ready now, you understand you gotta comply because it's incorporated by reference, and now you know, based on the definitions, that when it's incorporated by reference and it's been approved by the Director of the Federal Register, it has the same effect of law. So what are some strategies to make sure you are compliant? One thing, you want to make sure you use consistent and defined current terms throughout your QMS. As you will realize, if you have not already done so, a lot of the definitions have been referred to the standard ISO 1345 as well as Clause 3 of ISO 9000. So you want to make sure that your terms that you now use in your new quality management system are current, and that everybody that's involved understand what those terms are and which ones to refer to or defer to, right? Then you want to make sure you align your documents and records with ISO 1345. You know, for those who have only been marketing in the US, you were never required to comply with ISO 1345. So now it's incorporated by reference, and we've stated several times that though the regulation and the standard are harmonized, they're very similar, but you want to look and do perhaps a gap assessment, or you want to assess where the differences are. And you want to make sure that you align your quality management system with those of that standard. Also, if you identify that you need to make some changes, make sure you train all those employees on those revised procedures, because everyone will be responsible. The standard has personnel requirements as well to indicate that all of the employees have to have the right training, education for certain jobs that they're doing and certain processes that they are performing. So you want to make sure that you train your employees who, as appropriate, right, who once you've made those changes. Right. And then you also want to make sure that you remove reference to quality system regulation sections. So previously in the quality system regulation, for those of you who are familiar, there were sections such as 820.198, 820.100, and oftentimes some organizations put in their SOPs, comply with or perform this activity according to the quality system regulation found at 820.198. Well, that's no longer the case, because the quality management system regulation does not have a section numbered as such. So you want to make sure you look at your procedures and identify those areas, and then replace that process or replace that reference with the appropriate one, be it a numbered section in the quality management system regulation or a clause in either the ISO 1345 standard or clause 3 of ISO 9000. Oops. And then a few other strategies, you want to review your risk management files. If some of you are familiar with, maybe you are, maybe you're not, now with incorporating by reference the ISO 1345 standard, there are more specific call-outs for conducting risk management activities. Before, in the quality system regulation, there was this one specific reference in 820.30 that referred to conducting risk management activities. But now it's specifically called out in several clauses in the standard. So you want to review your risk management file to make sure that you are implementing those requirements as indicated in the standard. All right. And then you want to also make sure that internal audits, management reviews, and supplier audits are ready for review by regulatory authorities. If you were previously following the quality system regulation, we indicated that we would not be reviewing those audits. Well, now with the incorporation of the ISO 1345 standard, we have that authority, and that's no longer the case. So we now will be reviewing those records and documents. So you want to make sure that they are ready for review. All right, meaning that they are appropriately titled, you have dates, you have signatures, and you have the information that's required to be reviewed. All right, so you can't just say, I'm not putting the outcome of that audit here because FDA can't look at it. Here you go, FDA. All we had to tell you was the date of the audit. We conducted the audit, what system? Well, now we need some more records, some more details. So review your internal audit management reviews and supplier audit information to make sure it is ready for review. All right. Then here are some resources that I have used throughout this presentation. They are available to you as well that can help you with making sure you're complying with the incorporated by reference material. So let's do a quick knowledge check. Let me see who I lost along the way or if everyone was paying attention. Which standard, by show of hands, and I apologize to those online, you don't get to exercise with me today, but here in person, which standard is incorporated by reference into the QMSR? So by show of hands, is it A, ISO 14971, 2019 version? Is it B, ISO 13485, 2016 version? All right, you got to stretch up a little higher. There we go. All right. Okay. Or is it C? You're just not sure yet. All right, based on this show of hands, it looks like we have all smart individuals, and it is B, as you indicated, ISO 13485, 2016, because here again, in the preamble, FDA specifies to comment, I believe it's comment 9 or 11, that we will not incorporate by reference ISO 14971 at this time. So in this rulemaking, FDA specified we're not incorporating ISO 14971 at this time. However, we do recognize that in the standard, they refer to that. They make a note that that's one of the more international documents for conducting and performing risk management activities, highly useful, very effective. So it doesn't preclude you from using it, but we just don't require it. One more knowledge check. You guys did great. What are strategies to comply with the material incorporated by reference? So by show of hands, is it A, use consistent and defined current terms? Is it B, review risk management files? Is it C, ensure internal audit reports, management reviews, and supplier audits are ready for your review? And is it D, all of the above? I knew you were smart. Some of you were nodding like, I'm holding off. Very good, smart people. It is D, all of the above. And I just reviewed those strategies on the previous 2 slides. Great job. So in summary, material that is incorporated by reference has the force and effect of law. Certain material is incorporated by reference in the QMSR, and that material is ISO 13485, the 2016 version, and clause 3, and there is a typo on my slide, so before the investigators get me, I'm correcting it verbally. That should say ISO 9000, 2015. And then finally, there are a few strategies for complying with material incorporated by reference in the QMSR, and they include ensure you use consistent and defined terminology for consistency, review risk management files to ensure compliance, and ensure internal audits, management reviews, and supplier audits are ready for review. So at this time, we will take any questions that you may have. And our online moderator for today is Mr. Joseph Hillring, and Joseph is a consumer safety officer as well in our post-market industry education team. So Joseph, first question online, please. And for those in person, you can please form your line at the mics if you have a question pertaining to incorporation by reference.
Good morning, Tonya. Our first online question is, where can we obtain copies of the incorporated materials?
Oh, thank you, Joseph. Where can we obtain copies? And we do get that question a lot. It is stated in there in the preamble where you can specifically obtain those copies. You can obtain the copies from FDA or from NARA. And then you can also purchase a copy through ISO, but it specifically gives you the address for dockets management at FDA, and then it provides a link to the portal at NARA where you can obtain copies from the for those standards. Thank you, Joseph. I'll take my in-person question. Yes.
In the future, should there be an update or a new revision to 1345 published, can we expect that FDA will incorporate the new revision by reference, or will it still continue to be the 2016 version?
Listen, at that question we get often. Thank you for that question. So her question was, in the future, if there are revisions, if you don't mind me paraphrasing, if there are revisions to the standard, will FDA make those changes also? So FDA has stated in the preamble to one of the comments, I told you to read that preamble, it's very informative, that we recognize that the standards do change. So if and when that does happen, FDA will assess those changes and determine whether or not we need to make changes to the regulation. So we will assess those changes. Thank you for that question. I'll take the next question in person. Yes, sir.
Can you comment on the ISO 1345 requirement for the quality manual to include statement regarding exclusions and non-applicability of clauses? And specifically, can you explain the difference between those two terms from the FDA's perspective?
Exclusion, and so his question is, in the ISO 1345 standard, there is a clause that says you can exclude certain requirements in the standard. And your question also referred to when there's a statement that says applicable, right? Applicable requirements. So the applicable requirements are, you are required to comply with the requirements if it pertains or if it applies or if it's applicable to what you're doing. For example, if you are producing and manufacturing medical devices that you do not have to install, then you do not have to comply with the requirements pertaining to installation. Or if you're producing medical devices that do not require sterilization, you do not have to comply with those requirements. So that's the as applicable. So if you're not performing that activity with regards to your finished device, then you don't have to comply with that requirement. As far as exclusion, so this is something different that's in the standard, and FDA has said that they are adopting the ISO 1345 standard in full, right, in its entirety. So it states that you can identify any exclusion, any requirements within the standard that you want to exclude from having to comply with because, and you have to provide your justification, you're not engaging in those activities, or you don't, or for whatever reason that you determine you don't need to comply. You can document you want to be excluded from that requirement, but you must provide a justification. And of course, we're going to review that and determine whether or not it's an acceptable exclusion. So that's the exclusion. You may document, hey, I don't want to comply with sterilization, or I don't need to comply with installation, or at this location, I don't need to comply with, and I'm just giving this as an example, corrective action because I have another location that's doing that. Okay. Did that answer your question? No? No. Okay. So
Honestly, that was, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Inserting the word complying with those two words
Yes.
essentially makes them equal. So if I go try to read and say, is this an exclusion or is this non-application? Say I don't have maybe we don't have a clean room. Do I call that out in my quality manual as an exclusion or as a non-application?
So you would have to do it as an exclusion, right? Because that's what it says. It says you have to document your exclusion and why, your justification. So your exclusion could be because it does not apply to me, versus if there is an action or a function that you should, under normal circumstances, be complying with, and you determine for whatever reason let's say you do not want to, trying to think of, do corrective actions at your facility because you're going to refer all of your complaints to another affiliate who you've designated, and they're going to do those activities for you and send that information back to you. So you would, under normal circumstances, be required to comply. But however, because of how you have your system set up, this location may be excluded.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
this came up in a notified body audit, and they took great exception to the fact that we called something an exclusion as opposed to a non-application. And I asked for a definition, and I haven't. It's a lot like suitability and adequacy.
Non-application previously, and maybe this may clarify it, with the quality system, if it did not apply before the QMSR, right? So in the QMSR as well. In the quality system, when it didn't apply, you did not have to write a justification for it. It's just you would not have installation procedures at your facility. You know, your device in the description and in its specification would not have identified the need to install or the need to sterilize as a specification, right? So now in the ISO 13485, although that may be obvious that you don't perform sterilization because of your specifications, you don't have sterilization as a spec, you still have to document that you want to be excluded from that requirement. So upfront, you have to say that. And in my opinion, you can use because it doesn't apply, you know, but you may want to further justify.
In the preamble, the FDA seemed to focus their answer. The one comment about this topic, the FDA seemed to focus their answer on design control. Was that intentional, that design control stands alone sort of in the exclusion world versus non-applicability?
I can't speak for the intent right now with regards to that, but design controls, they don't stand alone. They do work in the totality of the quality management system. So design controls is where you would find those specifications, which would then support your documenting of an exclusion and as well as of applicability. So that's where you would have that supporting justification.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll take in person and then we'll take a online. Yes.
Are there suggestions for formats for an internal audit?
You're asking me, are there suggestions? No, we don't have provide, you know, certain suggestions, but we don't limit you. You can do it in a form, you can do it in a paragraph, as long as you have the requirements in the standard for conducting those. So no, we don't have a form that we suggest. All right, we'll go to an online question, Joseph.
Since ISO 14971 is referenced in ISO 13485, do we have to show compliance with ISO 14971 or the applicable CFR for risk?
Okay, so I think his question was, since ISO 14971 was referenced in ISO 13485, do we have to comply? And the answer simply is no. And as I stated in the preamble, FDA clarified that although ISO 14971 is referenced in the standard, it is not a requirement. And even in the standard, it's not a requirement. It's a suggestion or recommendation. It's included as a note, which is guidance in the standard. All right, we have time for one more online question, or if we have one more in-person question. All right, Joseph, do we have any more online?
Per comment 31 of the FDA QMSR preamble, the terms DHR, DHF, and DMR are no longer in use. If an organization is ISO 13485 certified, as well as in compliance with the QMSR, is this a requirement that all the documents changes to the ISO terminology effective February 2026, or can we use the same language?
So the answer to that is, I don't want to say it depends, but the answer really is no, because the standard does not utilize those terms anymore. So no, you should update your documents with regards to where you are indicating your records will be contained. So there's no requirement for a DHR. The ISO standard has different terminology. So you want to align with the terminology. That's one of those strategies, right? Making sure that you have consistent and current and up-to-date terminology. All right, thank you all for those questions. So I will end with my call to action. After reviewing all of the standards, all of the educational material that is available as it pertains to complying with the incorporation by reference of the ISO 1345 standard and of clause 3 of ISO 9000, I encourage you to develop a plan for how you plan to implement aligning and making sure that your quality management system aligns with those requirements in the standard as well as the QMSR. So I would encourage you to develop a plan after you assess where and if there are any gaps in your quality management system. All right, thank you. And we have Ruth Bediakoh.
I'm a little bit nervous, so. A warm welcome to all our attendees in person and online. So as Tonya mentioned earlier, the title of this presentation is Strategic Review of the QMSR, or the Quality Management System.
I can't hear words.
Oh, I'm sorry. Better?
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. All right. So the title of the presentation is Strategic Review of the Quality Management System Regulation, or QMSR, Subpart B, Supplemental Provisions. Sorry, I'm backwards. All right, so before we get into the presentation, I want to start with one data point. About 20% of FDA 483 citations for medical devices in fiscal year 2024 and 2025 were tied to complaint handling, specifically lack of or inadequate complaints procedures. Although this data is for fiscal year 24 and 25, it's been consistently the second most cited observation in previous years. That significance is a significant portion, and it points to broader systemic challenges. Complaint handling procedures play a central role in how quality systems function, linking product performance, investigation, and corrective actions. And when these processes aren't clearly defined or consistently applied, it can affect the overall effectiveness of the system. So as we walk through the Quality Management System Regulation Supplemental Provisions today, keep this in mind as an example of where clarity, consistency, and alignment of FDA expectations really matter. And I hope this presentation will help you avoid 43 observation citations or help you avoid regulatory violations. Oh, what's going on? All right, sorry. So let's begin by outlining what we'll cover today in this presentation. First, we'll explain the purpose of the Quality Management System Regulation, or QMSR Subpart B Supplemental Provisions. Then we'll take a closer look at where the two areas FDA has retained additional specificity by reviewing the requirements related to control of records and device labeling and packaging controls. Finally, we'll provide some tips for implementing these supplemental provisions within your quality management system. The goal is to make sure you not only understand what the requirements are, but how to apply it effectively. And by the end of the presentation, you should be able to understand where the supplemental provisions add clarity, where FDA's expectations remain distinct, and how to apply them to strengthen the effectiveness and consistency of your QMS in practice. So why did the FDA include supplemental provisions in subpart B of the QMSR? Let's look at the purpose of the provisions. If you've not gotten the chance to look at the new sections of the new Quality Management System Regulation, or QMSR, here it is. We just listened to the presentation by Tonya Wilbon in 820.7 for incorporation by reference. And now we are going to review control of records requirements in 820.35 and device labeling and packaging controls in 820.45. Sections 820.35 and 820.45 are the supplemental provisions in the QMSR, and these are the only two sections we'll be discussing through this presentation. It's important to understand not just what the supplemental provisions are, but why FDA included them. Across multiple responses in the preamble to the final rule, FDA makes a consistent point. While ISO 13485 provides a strong foundation, it does not fully address all U.S. statutory and regulatory requirements. As a result, the supplemental provisions are intentional, and one of their purpose is to clarify certain expectations and certain concepts used in the ISO 13485-2016 standard. In the preamble, FDA also emphasizes that incorporation by reference must not create inconsistencies with existing laws, such as the FDA&C Act or other applicable FDA requirements. This acts as a safeguard, ensuring that compliance with ISO 13485 also results in a full alignment with broader FDA expectations. Keeping these purposes in mind, let's review the control of records requirements in 21 CFR 820.35. The regulation specifies requirements for complying with control of records requirements in clause 4.2.5 in ISO 13485 as incorporated by reference. Control of records requirements in clause 4.2.5 in the standard requires that documents are maintained to demonstrate that requirements are met and the quality management system is effective. It requires you to document procedures for managing all aspects of control of records. It also requires that you define and implement methods to protect confidential health information in records. In addition, the control of records requirements in ISO 13485 requires records to be clear, accessible, and ensure all edits are identifiable. There is also a requirement to retain the records for at least the full lifetime of the medical device as defined by the organization or as specified by applicable regulatory requirements, but not less than 2 years from the medical device released by the organization. Please note that the clauses in ISO 13485 discussed throughout this presentation will be a high-level summary, so please refer to the standard for the full current standard to know what the actual requirements are, or the full requirements. In addition to complying with the control of records requirements in clause 4.2.5 in ISO 13485, 820.35 specifies requirements to include specific information in certain records. The records specified are records of complaints in 820.35A, records of service and activities in 820.35B, unique device identification in 820.35C, and confidentiality in 820.35D. FDA considers these additional requirements specified in 820.35 regarding control of records to be necessary to implement a QMSR that is consistent with applicable regulatory requirements, because these requirements are not specified in ISO 1345. Let's now review the requirements for the records of complaints in 820.35A. The regulation requires compliance with the requirements of complaints handling in clause 8.2.2 in ISO 1345. Clause 8.2.2 in the standard requires documenting procedures for timely complaint handling in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements, and at a minimum to include requirements and responsibilities for receiving and recording information, for evaluating feedback to determine if it is a complaint, for investigating complaints, for determining the need to report to regulatory authorities, for handling of complaint-related products, and for determining the need to initiate corrections or corrective actions. The standard also goes on to require that you document justification for not investigating a complaint and any action taken. It also requires sharing relevant information with external parties involved, whether you investigate a complaint or not, and to maintain those records or those records of complaints as appropriately. In addition to complying with complaints handling requirements of the standard, as we just discussed, the regulations requires maintaining records for the review evaluation actions. If an investigation has already been performed for a similar complaint, another investigation is not necessary. And if that's the case, you maintain records documenting the justification for not performing such investigation. You should also maintain records for complaints that must be reported to the FDA under Part 803 by including the specific information listed in 820.35A 1-7. And the information to include in records of complaints that are reportable to FDA under Part 807 includes the name of the device, the date the complaint was received, any device identification such as a UDI or UPC or any other universal protocol, well, UPC is a universal protocol, or any other device identifiers, the name, address, and phone number of the complainant, the nature and details of the complaint, any correction or corrective action taken, and any reply to the complainant. Moving on to the requirements for records of service and activities in 820.35B. You are to comply with service and activities requirements in clause 7.5.4 in ISO 1345. The standard requires documenting all procedures and materials as necessary for performing service and activities and verifying that product requirements are met. It also requires that the organization analyze records of service and activities performed by the organization or its suppliers to identify potential complaints and for process improvement opportunities. And to maintain records of service and activities performed by the organization or its suppliers. In addition to complying with service and activities records requirements in clause 7.5.4 in ISO 1345, at a minimum, manufacturers are to include into their service and activities records the following information: the name of the device serviced, any device identification such as a UDI or UPC, the date of service, the individuals who service the device, the service performed, and any test and inspection data. Your service and activities records can have more information than what's listed here, but at a minimum, be sure to include this information in your records. 21 CFR 820.35C requires compliance with clauses 7.5.1, 7.5.8, and 7.5.9 in ISO 13485. Okay, that's wrong. Sorry, something happened here. Clause 7.5.1 in ISO 13485 requires that you manage the full production activities to ensure every product meets its specification. Clause 7.5.8 requires maintaining a clear documented identification of products throughout all stages to prevent mix-ups and ensure conformity. And clause 7.5.9 requires that you track the complete history and distribution of products to ensure accountability and enable effective recalls. In addition to complying with the requirements of clauses 7.5.1, 7.5.8, and 7.5.9, the UDI must be recorded for each medical device or batch of medical devices. And finally, 820.35D requires that records deemed confidential may be marked to aid FDA in determining whether information may be disclosed under the Public Information Regulation. Now that we've reviewed how records supports the quality management system, let's turn to another critical area where FDA has maintained specific requirements in 21 CFR 820.45 for device labeling and packaging controls. (21 CFR 820.45) requires compliance with control of production and service provisions requirements in clause 7.5.1 in ISO 13485. Which specifies to manage the full production activity to ensure every product meets the specification. The regulation also specifies that in addition to complying with the requirements in the standard, to document and maintain procedures that provide a detailed description of the activities to ensure the integrity, inspection, storage, and operations for labeling and packaging. These controls must hold up under normal conditions throughout the device's life cycle, which includes processing, storage, handling, distribution, and use. In 820.45A, the regulation specifies that manufacturers ensure labeling and packaging has been examined for accuracy prior to release or storage where applicable, and to include the following information: the correct device identifier, expiration dates, storage instructions, handling instructions, and any additional processing instructions. ISO 13485 does not specifically address the inspection of labeling and packaging. Therefore, the requirements in this section strengthen controls of labeling and packaging operations. In the preamble, FDA knows that many device recalls are related to labeling and packaging, and this section's requirements will ensure that manufacturers inspect their labeling and packaging for accuracy to prevent errors. (21 CFR 820.45B specifies requirements to document the release of the labeling for use in accordance with clause 4.2.5 in ISO 13485. This clause was discussed earlier in 820.35. (820.45C) specifies requirements to ensure labeling and packaging operations have been established and maintained to prevent mix-ups. And you do this by inspecting the labeling and packaging before use and ensuring that all devices have the correct labeling and packaging as specified in your medical device file. This requirement to inspect labeling and packaging does not preclude automatic readers where that process is followed by human oversight. you would want to designate an individual to examine a sampling of all labels that have been checked by automatic readers. As I mentioned earlier, many device recalls are related to labeling and packaging, and manufacturers have recalled devices where automatic readers have not caught errors. As a result, if you automate this process, be sure to also have a designated individual who is checking these labels. And the result of such labeling inspection must be documented in accordance with clause 4.2.5 in ISO 1345. Now that we've reviewed the requirements in the supplemental provisions, the next question is, how do you implement them effectively in practice? Let's walk through some tips. So a good starting point is to perform a gap analysis or assessment. This does not have to be a full system overhaul, but a targeted look at where your current QMS may not fully align with FDA's expectations, which are in the supplemental provisions. Don't assume compliance with ISO 1345 means you are done. Take labeling and packaging for an example. Ask questions like, do we have visual inspections and protocols in place? Remember, if you have automatic systems inspecting labeling, you must also designate an individual to review labels for accuracy. For records, you may review past 483s or internal audit findings. As I mentioned in the beginning, about 20% of FDA's 483s citations for devices is for lack of or inadequate complaints handling procedures. So the question is, do your procedures include the information specified in A20.35A? If they do not, update your documents and procedures. Once you have identified where your QMS does not fully align with the requirements in the supplemental provisions, you want to update your procedures and documents to incorporate the requirements. For example, your procedures for records of servicing activities should explicitly mandate that the individual performing servicing activities is identified and the service performed is captured. You want to make sure that you capture each specified requirements because while ISO 1345 allows for flexibility, FDA expects clarity. For labeling and packaging, the focus should be on strengthening controls that prevent errors, with things like verification steps, line clearance, and clear control over changes. Include in your procedures the designated individual responsible for examining labeling and packaging for accuracy prior to release and the specific information or the specified information required by, they should be verifying for required by the provision. After you update your documents and procedures, ensure revisions made are reviewed and approved by management or whoever is authorized to approve documents in your organization. Every revision made to a QMS must undergo formal review and approval process and should align with control of documents requirements in ISO 1345. The standard requires that documents are reviewed and approved for adequacy prior to use, and emphasizes that changes must be identified and controlled. This step ensures that before any procedure is implemented, it has been thoroughly vetted, properly controlled, and is ready to support consistent execution. Once your documents and procedures have been reviewed and approved, the next step is to train employees on the revisions made. Be sure employees understand what FDA's expectations are. ISO 1345 requires organizations to ensure that personnel are competent, appropriately trained, and are aware of how their roles impact the quality management system. Therefore, training isn't just about informing employees that something has changed. It's about ensuring they understand and can correctly apply the updated procedures in practice. For labeling and packaging, the designated employee or employees who are sampling labels for accuracy prior to release or storage should be trained on the additional requirements now included in the procedures and documents. This will ensure that the revised documents are not just documented, but are understood, consistently applied, and effective in practice. After training employees, your final step is to verify and monitor that the changes have been effectively implemented. Verification starts by confirming that updated procedures are actually being followed in practice. Let's say complaint handling, for example. Trained employees should have access to new procedures and documents that aligns what should be captured in records of complaints, and they should be maintaining these records as required, as specified in 820.35A. You also want to monitor through internal audits and ongoing review to look for recurring issues. If you are still having labeling errors, maybe the instructions in your procedures were not clear or employees were not adequately trained. Ultimately, implementation is about making sure key processes like complaints handling and labeling requirements are clearly defined and consistently applied and effective in practice. Here are some resources for your reference. In summary, the requirements in the supplemental provisions in the QMSR ensure that the QMSR does not create inconsistencies with other applicable FDA requirements. The control of records requirements, the supplemental provisions in 820.35 ensures that records are established and maintained in a manner consistent with FDA requirements. Device labeling and packaging controls requirements in 820.45 help maintain controls for labeling and packaging operations. And finally, a tip to implement the requirements in the supplemental provisions in the QMSR is to perform a gap analysis of your current procedures and revise accordingly to incorporate the requirements in the provisions. All right, thank you for joining. I'll take questions now.
So thank you, Ruth, for that very informative presentation. We will open it now for questions. So if you have a question and you're here in the room, please form a line at the mics. And Joseph, do we have a question online for Ruth?
Yes, we do, Tonya. For records of complaints, what if we are unable to get all the specified information listed in 820.35A?
All right, thanks for the question. So the complaints handling requirements in clause 8.2.2 of the standard requires that you document a justification for complaints that are not investigated. So if you're not able to get the required information from who the complainants, you just make sure that you document and you document the justification for not performing that investigation on that complaint. Okay, next question.
Thank you. Next question, Joseph.
Do all the requirements for 820.35A, that's the records of complaints, apply to a contract manufacturer of finished devices, or does that responsibility fall on the legal manufacturer?
The requirements in the QMSR applies to a finished device manufacturer. And the finished device manufacturer, which is the specification developer, will have to make sure that their contract manufacturers are following their requirements to meet, so that they can meet their requirements in their QMSR. So although the contract manufacturer should comply with it, it's still the finished device manufacturer who is responsible to make sure that they are complying with those requirements.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We get that question often. Okay. Yeah, we do get that question often. People want to know, I'm a contract manufacturer. Am I required? And as Ruth has indicated, you're not required, but it makes best practice because as the finished device manufacturer, you are responsible. And if they don't comply with something, you have to pick up the slack, quote unquote, right? We'll take the in-person question, please.
My question is regarding the labeling. and especially EIFU for wearable biosensor and also the software medical device. What's FDA's expectation for regarding the paper-based, also the EIFU electronic-based labeling? Thank you.
Wait, so did you get everything?
So if I can paraphrase your question, I believe you asked, what are the requirements with regards to UDI, whether or not it has to be paper-based or electronic?
Yes, and also the instruction for use.
The instructions for use, yes. So do they have to be paper or can we accept electronic versions?
That's a labeling question, but the device should have a physical label accompanying it.
Yeah, so if you want me to
Sure,
take
go
that,
ahead.
sure. With regards to the requirements for an electronic labeling versus a paper labeling, you are required to have a hard copy of your labeling, right? Especially for those over-the-counter types of devices. Now, you can have electronic labeling for those devices that are for healthcare professionals, but you must provide the hard copy upon request. Okay. Any more questions in person? All right, Joseph, any more online?
Yep.
Thank
If my product is CGMP exempt, is it also exempt from the QMSR?
Oh, good question. All right, so certain devices are exempt from the current good manufacturing practices or CGMPs in the quality management system regulation. But exemption from CGMPs does not exempt these finished device manufacturers from complying with the requirements for complaints handling and records in 820.35.
And I think, Joseph, did you indicate, if I heard you correctly, was that the same as being exempt from 510K?
No.
They just said CGMP, but if it's CGMP, most.
Okay, thank you. We get that confusion too sometimes. They want to know, my device is exempt from 510K. Does that mean it's also exempt from CGMP? And I guess I just heard what I wanted to hear, right? So of course that answer is no. Those are two different types of exemptions. We may have time for one more question. One in the room? All right.
I have one, but it's very specific, so.
Very specific?
Very specific
All
to
right,
the
let's see if we need to defer that. Go right ahead.
medical device manufacturing company or company establishment registration defines a company as a repackager, relabeler, importer only. Okay, no design control, no manufacturing. They receive imported product from a registered device manufacturer overseas, assuming that it comes into the United States with a UDI code, and they're allowed to repackage. Are they required to device list that device and repackage it with a different UDI code? Or are they free then to distribute that, say, to hospitals without a UDI code?
So that is a very specific question, and we can talk about it online. Ruth, do you want me to handle that? But with regards to that, by definition of a manufacturer, according to FDA and our 820.3, a repackager and a relabeler would be considered a finished device manufacturer. So that organization then would be required to comply with all of those UDI labeling requirements.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. And maybe one more online, Joseph, if they're coming in.
Oh, they're coming in. How will FDA evaluate implementation of a QMSR during inspections?
Oh, yeah. Ask that question again during the final. Yeah, the last presentation this afternoon will be about inspection as it relates to the new QMSR. So please ask that question during that time.
Yes, we have our hidden figure over here. So we will have a presentation as our last presentation. So you want to stay for the entire day today because we will hear from one of FDA's investigators or national experts now. All right. So Ruth, I'll ask if you can have any more closing thoughts for today.
So
Call to
basically,
action, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yes, sure. Review the requirements in the supplemental provisions near 20.35 and 45, and look at where your QMS does not fully align with FDA's expectations and revise accordingly to incorporate those requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And I didn't bring my phone here to do a time check, but I believe we have a break from 10:30 to 10:50. Do you have your phone? What's the time check? All right, we will take a 15-minute break and we will come back at 10:50. All right, thank you all. Okay, everyone, we will resume in about 1 minute. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we will continue on with our next session of 2 presenters. So up first, we will have a presentation titled FDA Medical Device Importing Regulatory Compliance, Common Challenges and Available Resources, and that will be given by Yvette Montes. Yvette is a Consumer Safety Officer for our Office of Regulatory Programs in the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality here at CDRH. She has served the FDA for 17 years and has extensive knowledge in import operations, specializing in medical devices and radiological health products. Yvette started her career at the FDA in 2009 as a Consumer Safety Officer in the Division of Southeast Imports. In more than 200 medical device inspections, she has completed both domestic and international inspections. So we have 2 investigators, or former investigator here today to answer your questions. All righty. And following Yvette, and again, you can get her detailed bio on the FDA events webpage. Following Yvette will be a presentation titled CDRH Recall Early Alert Overview, and that will be given by Mr. James Walker. James is a Consumer Safety Officer in Medical Device Recalls Team in the Office of Regulatory Programs for the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality here at CDRH as well. And he earned his degree in physics and engineering from the University of South Carolina and South Carolina State University. He's interested in the life cycle of medical devices, and he joined the U.S. FDA, has become a valuable resource in the medical device and electronic product areas. So again, you can obtain Mr. Walker's full bio on the FDA events webpage. So we will have Ms. Montes.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good day, good evening. I'm not sure where everybody is around the world, so thank you all. Like Tonya said, my name is Yvette Montes, and I am very thankful for your attention this afternoon. Well, almost afternoon here. And like she said, I'm a Consumer Safety Officer here within the Office of Regulatory Programs and Imports and Registration and Listing Team. I'm a member of an 8-member team, and today, hopefully, we'll be able to introduce you to what we do on the daily, my team and I. Let's see here. Oh, excellent. Okay, so oftentimes, when I ask folks about imports, most folks picture, some ship, some airplane from foreign shores coming in and with a made of somewhere else sticker on it. But when I hear the word imports, this is actually what I think about. All the data and all the shipments that we see on the daily. And we see a lot of them, to be quite frank. In 2024, FDA processed 56.5 million entry lines of FDA-regulated goods coming through our ports of entry. And in 2025, that number jumped to 74.8 million. So we do have a lot of job security coming in through the country. Now, here's where it gets interesting. for us here in CDRH specifically. 27.2 million of those shipments were medical devices, and CDRH oversees more imported shipments than any other center. I kind of like to think of ourselves as the popular kid in town, but I'm not sure if the other centers would agree. So when I see these tables, I don't see numbers. I see MRI machines. I see CT scanners that are heading towards our hospitals, masks, surgical gowns, medical gloves that are heading towards our healthcare workers to keep us safe and keep them safe. I see my kids' superhero bandages because, the tan bandage doesn't work. It doesn't heal the same. So we need to make sure that they're the superhero kind. And of course, there's glucose monitors for our parents, the entire medical aisle in the grocery store. That's actually what we see here. So today, when you think of imports, my goal and my objective is to get you to see what we see. We'll go a little beyond the scenes and review the import process and our regulatory authority, go over the common problems that lead to the famous question, why do you have my entry on hold? And review some of those resources that the agency provides importers to help you guys along the way. So bottom line, all FDA-regulated products that are imported into the United States must meet the same exact regulatory requirements as products that are domestically manufactured here. There are no exemptions, so quantity and value do not exempt enforcement of our regulatory authority. It doesn't matter if your shipment is valued at $10 or $10 million, that regulatory bar stays exactly the same. And it is our job that the products of foreign origin are manufactured from registered companies and comply with all our regulatory authorities so that, we can assure compliance when it comes to the U.S. consumer. So we share oversight at the border with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Together, we work to ensure that, the products that are imported are safe and effective. So the takeaway here really is that whether your device is made in Texas or if it's manufactured in Belize, we work hard to ensure that the imported articles meet the same regulatory standards as those, once it meets the American consumer. And where does our authority really come from? First and foremost, the U.S. Constitution, which grants Congress the power to regulate interstate commerce. And then we have the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act, which provides us the authority to examine regulated products that are offered for import. And it also requires that all regulated products must comply with FDA's laws and regulations. We also operate under the Public Health Service Act, and all FDA regulations are codified under the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, and CBP is codified under Title 19. So we use those simultaneously together. And from the Food and Drug FD&C Act, Section 801 specifically is our bread and butter. Here, Section 801A gives the FDA the authority to refuse any FDA-regulated product that is offered for import and appears to be adulterated and misbranded. This clause is particularly notable because it puts the burden of proof on the importer to demonstrate that the product is compliant. For example, if a shipment lacks pre-market notification, we can actually refuse that entry from U.S. Commerce just on the appearance of it lacking 510K. The onus is on the importer to provide us the information to overcome that violation. I will be going over some of these errors that we see at the time of import and hopefully provide you guys some resources and information on how you can know before you go and double check that information before you hit the port of entry. But before we go there, I do want to give just a fast highlight of the entry process. So when an entry is imported into the United States, it needs to be declared to Customs at CBP, Customs and Border Protection, and any other government agency or partner government agency that regulates and has oversight over that imported article, like FDA. So this flow chart here shows the import cycle from the time that data submission to initial admissibility. Imports typically work with licensed customs brokers who electronically transmit the shipment data, and we call through a system we call ACE, or the Automated Commercial Central Environment. And this is the system actually enables real-time communication between CBP and FDA, so it's fantastic. For food products, you'll see up there prior notice. All food products must declare prior notice, including medical foods. So if you're manufacturing medical foods, you do need to file prior notice, and prior notice is exactly what it means, or what it says. You need to notify FDA prior to hitting the port of entry, and all foods require this obligation. FDA's automated system electronically screens all entries received by the FDA, so entries can either receive a system may proceed, or if the entry is flagged for incomplete data or for other entries, the entry will go to manual review by an FDA personnel. During the manual review, the FDA may release the product for distribution, request additional information, documentation, or may set up a physical examination to include field inspection of the device, label review, or sample collection. So if the imported article is also subject to an import alert or detention without physical examination, that field officer will also set it up for a detention. And that then goes to the compliance branch, and compliance officer will then proceed with the review of the entry. I did want to take a quick moment and mention a recent change in the entry review process. In August of 2025, FDA launched the Import Shield program to modernize how FDA reviews imported products. The FDA Import Shield program, formerly known as Nationalized Entry Review, centralized 5 regional entry review teams into one streamlined operation for a more efficient import processing. I'm not going to go over Import Shield today, but we do have quite a bit of information on FDA.gov for anybody who is interested in the entry review process now. So conditional release. FDA review is not fast. If you've imported, you know it's not fast. So when a shipment arrives to the port of entry, it will generally clear CBP first. This doesn't mean that the shipment is good to go just because CBP cleared it. What happens is that CBP cannot hold 74.8 million FDA entry lines at the ports of entry. They just don't have the space, and I actually get calls all the time like, Yvette, come on. Like, seriously, another hold. So CBP releases the products and the articles conditionally to the importer, and this is known as conditional release. And during this period, it is important that the importer hold the shipment intact. If FDA determines that the product in the article does not meet our regulatory requirements, importers must be able to redeliver those goods back to the port of entry. Understanding how conditional release works is critical for managing your import compliance obligations. Understanding how FDA will go through the admissibility decisions like in the flow chart before also helps. But the biggest thing is that we want to help prevent any fines and penalties or other regulatory actions taken on the shipment. So please don't distribute, hold intact. So what extends and what happens during this conditional release period? Well, the conditional release period it's a 30-day period. And as I stated previously before, the articles that are subject under FDA authority, like medical devices, can be released from the port of entry and to the importer. And so this is, while it's technically under CBP bond or CBP custody under that bond, FDA can have time to make their final admissibility. And like I said, it does take time for us to assure that the product is compliant and safe and effective for U.S. consumers. FDA can extend the conditional release period through sampling, through detention, or some other FDA action. I tend to refer to these as stopping the clock. So if a sample is gone and we go and we collect it, that 30 days is stopped until we are able to finish the process in sampling and determine its admissibility. So it's extremely important for the importer to understand that, they must hold the shipment intact. You either segregate it, quarantine it, whatever it takes to ensure that the products are not distributed prior to FDA making that decision. And a bulk of FDA imports in our review, a bulk of this entire process is really based on the submission of accurate and complete data. And what does that mean when I say accurate and complete data? Well, I'm referring to registration numbers, listing numbers, product codes, 510Ks. If your device is coming in as an IDE, we need to know that. And any other intent that you're importing your medical device, it is important for us as a reviewer to understand what your intent is for importing that article into the United States. And entry data is supplied electronically, and if it is complete and accurate, our systems have the ability to look up that information that is provided in our current FDA databases and validate that information and issue a may proceed. That is if the line isn't held for other reasons. Providing accurate data, I do want to say, does help reduce the need for manual correction. So by giving us upfront the most accurate information, it helps us help you guys and importers in the long run. So what are the common entries that we do see when folks are transmitting electronically? This flowchart actually shows the most common lookup errors for medical device entries from August 1st of 2025 to August 30th of 2025, which is a small little fraction of those 27.2 million entry lines that I mentioned earlier. And by us monitoring these types of devices or these types of errors and issues, we've learned over time that if entry information is not provided or if it is provided incorrectly, the automated lookup does continue to fail. And so I encourage, those who are importing to monitor what failures you see on the, regarding this type of information so that you can prevent it from future entries being imported. And so here's a comment, here's assuming that everyone knows about medical device registration and medical device listing, product codes, 510Ks, PMAs. These are the most common errors that we experience. These are not listed in any particular order, but I do have to say that the most common error is that the entry came in with no information whatsoever. So the listing number was not provided or it could not be verified because we weren't able to bounce it against our internal system. Registration number or for the foreign manufacturer or for the foreign exporter was not transmitted. And then that foreign manufacturer and that foreign exporter actually didn't even match the manufacturer or the information of the firms that were actually transmitted in the entry. Another thing is that, if you have a pre-market number or a PMA, that information is not always required to be transmitted. So when you don't transmit, it does slow things down. And oftentimes when you have a PMA or a PMN, that number isn't associated with the listing number at the time of entry. Product codes, we do have a lot of problems with that not matching the listing. Some firms may or may not choose to list a product code again. And so what was potentially listed last year may not be listed again this year. The last thing is knowing what the true intent of your shipment is. So sometimes we'll see where, somebody imported a big shipment of medical devices and they say, I'd really, we don't know what to declare to the FDA. So the intended use code is unknown. And so that automatically fails our lookup because we want to make sure that those, devices are in compliance and where they're going. So when we talk about registration, listing, PMA, 510Ks, we're referring to these in the import world as affirmation of compliance information. And these are generally submitted by your broker or your filer via a code. And these codes provide the FDA the information that affirms that the product and the firm is in compliance. And once they're transmitted electronically, that is what gets, bounced into our internal systems. Depending on the medical device imported, submission of certain AFC codes might be mandatory and others may not. For example, a 510K is not required for all medical devices, but if required, submission of that voluntary AFC code would help expedite the review of the entry. I've listed a few of those codes here. So if you're a device foreign manufacturer, and obviously that would require registration prior to importation, not in all scenarios, but in pretty much most, the affirmation of compliance code would be DEV, DFE, DDM, LST. These are just a few of the common ones that we do see. We do have a full list on FDA website under the FDA Affirmations of Compliance Reference Guide, if you guys are interested. So for me, the easiest way to explain imports is to provide an example. So let's pretend a shipment is made up of all these medical devices that I've listed here. For each one of these finished devices, affirmation of compliance information is required to assure compliance with our requirements. So I'm going to pretend that I am the importer, and I've just purchased, and we're going to go first to the syringes, and I just purchased a shipment of syringes from XYZ Medical. The manufacturer is located in Belize, and they manufacture 4 different types of syringes under product code FMF, MEG, NSC, and EIG, but only 3 of those require 510K. It is up to me as the importer to know which information and which product code requires 510K. So now I need to provide this information to my broker or filer who's going to file it electronically. And this is the type of information that I would like to provide. So XYZ Medical, provide the name of the manufacturer the way that it is registered. Do not, just transmit XYZ Med because it's easier and, faster. Transmit it as the way that it is currently registered, and as well as the address. Assure that the address is the one that is registered in FURLS with FDA. DEV, we just learned that's an affirmation of compliance code. That's for the foreign manufacturer. We do need the registration number. The product code that I'm importing today is product code FMF, which is a piston syringe, and that also requires 510K. So in this case, my 510K is K123456. This is fictitious, just, don't want to lead anybody on. So, and then lastly, a good product description. I've decided that I am marketing my piston syringes as 123 XYZ smooth syringes. Now, oftentimes I get the question, well, I can, keep the description simple and describe them as syringes, right? Yes, you can. But they can describe any of the 4 syringes XYZ Medical manufacturers. So it's my recommendation that, don't complicate your import process by being too general. I'd recommend that you describe the article in the manner that you are marketing it. And the reason why is because if FDA decides to take some sort of action, FDA importers, brokers, consignees will receive a document called an FDA notice of action, and this is an official notification on the actions the agency took. In this example here, the product description is 123 XYZ smooth syringes, which matches what we just went over and what I provided my broker and my filer. So if I had imported all 4 and I'd only described them as syringes, yeah, that would have probably been a big problem because I wouldn't have known which of the syringes that were held at the port of entry. Was it product code FMF, MEG? I don't know, because the onus was on me to make sure that I could describe them in a manner that best depicts what was imported at the time. So on the second page of the notice of action, you will also see the product description again, but you'll also see a response date. It's really important to get a response to the FDA by the response date. You'll also see a charge, and this particular charge that I'm demonstrating is a lack of 510K. And there are 2 other very, very important data elements that I'd like to point out. One is the entry number that is located at the top left-hand corner, and the import compliance officer information who is handling your entry. So compliance officer Jane Doe is the person that you should be contacting once the entry is on hold. And I would encourage that once you start your communication with your compliance officer, always include that entry number that's on the top left-hand corner. So because of the charge, I suspect that, I must have provided something wrong with the 510K. And so FDA has a public database where anyone can confirm pre-market notification information, and you can just simply type in the 510K number and click search on the bottom right-hand corner. And to everyone's surprise, I know everyone is stunned. Nothing populated. So this was an incorrect 510K. This is the reason my entry is on hold. So this is a good way and a good place for myself as the importer to start that research process. I could have verified this information prior to importation, but now I can go ahead and say, okay, let me call XYZ. Let me figure out what that 510K is. And if we pretend again, let's say that I accidentally inverted those last two digits on the 510K. I put it into the classification database, once again, the public database. I now have testimony to provide Ms. Compliance Officer Jane Doe and say, hey, you know what? I accidentally went ahead and inverted those two last digits, but here's a print screen of the correct 510K, and that matches my shipment that is currently on hold. This is the testimony that you would provide to overcome the appearance of that violation. And I do want to point out two things here. The device name in this particular example contains volumetric measurements. If I happen to have imported a 10 mil, and I provided this 510K, that is, while the 510K is valid, it doesn't match the 10 mil. The volumetric example here is only for 20 mil, 30, 50, and 60. So again, I probably would receive another detention notice saying, I'm sorry, you still don't have the 510K. And this is actually a very, very common problem that we see. So oftentimes we receive this information when the field goes out and performs a field exam, or the samples collected, and it goes to the laboratory, and the laboratory will contact us and say, hey, can you double check on this 510K because it doesn't seem to match. So it's really good practice to assure that, the 510K, the physical attributes that is described in the 510K or the PMA or whatever information that you are providing matches the imported product. The other thing here is that once you're on this page, it's also a good opportunity to verify that the product code is correct. So if the product code MEG was transmitted, or if XYZ Medical decided not to relist product code FMF, this would also cause another product lookup failure. So a little quick note about product codes. One of the questions that we often get is that, for medical devices, product codes are 3 letters, but for imports, most articles require a 5 to 7 character alphanumeric code to be transmitted. So the question we often receive is, what's my medical device product code? I thought it was just FMF. And so if you return back to that classification database, the public database that we have online, you'll see that it is FMF for the piston syringe. But FDA product codes will start off with a 2-digit number, and that 2-digit number is known as an industry code, which determines the broadest area into which the product falls into. CDRH refers to this as the review panel, and that is followed by the 3-letter product code. So if you take that, general, that review panel in this example, you'll see that it is for general hospital. And then you can go to our other public database called the product code builder. Look for the industry code. General hospital equals out to industry code 80. And so now you've built an entire import product code 80 FMF. And that's what you would provide your broker or filer. So there's two other resources that I just wanted to touch base and just come from, for everyone's situational awareness. You can go back to the Access database on the FDA.gov again, and you can use this to confirm registration information. So if I was an importer and I not only purchased syringes, but I'm also importing medical gloves along with my syringes or any of the products that I previously listed, I can confirm the glove manufacturer registration information by entering the foreign establishment name, for example, click search, and if nothing populates, I know this is a big surprise, but it's probably not registered and a detention is in my future. So this is a good way to do, to double check that registration is current and that the manufacturer of that device is actually registered appropriately. The last thing I'd like to mention is that oftentimes, if you've been in furloughs, you'll know about this FEI. An FEI is an FDA Establishment Identifier number. It's a unique 10-digit number. It's a system-generated number that is assigned to identify specific physical locations of firms and facilities involved in regulated activities, such as manufacturing, processing, relabeling, all those good stuff. So for those who have registered in furloughs, I'm sure you've seen it. Registration and FEI numbers are not always the same. So if an FEI is transmitted in lieu of your registration number, the entry will fail. So here are some common links that you guys can definitely go and visit. I encourage everybody to take a look at all of these links. We do have several that are very helpful. I used all of these actually to produce this PowerPoint presentation, and my teammates and I actually use them on the daily because we're trying to provide the most accurate information to the questions that we do receive from industry. So any of these, again, are all our public databases, our public resources. And if you have any questions or concerns, we're always happy to help respond to them. And before I finish, I do want to give a big shout out to the Office of Inspections and Investigations, who are essential at the border. OII is not only at the commercial port of entries, but they're also at the express courier hubs and international mail facilities with a footprint across the entire United States, including Guam and Puerto Rico. I believe that they're also in more than 90 countries, but we work very, very, very closely with them, and they support us in the work that we do every day. And we couldn't do our work without them. So big shout out to them, and be nice to your compliance officers. So just to summarize the last little bit, FDA does have the authority to stop my shipment, to stop not my shipment, but y'all's shipment. So FDA has the authority to review all regulated commodities at the border. Quantity and value does not exempt FDA review, and data quality helps expedite the entry review process. So I encourage everyone to visit our FDA databases to help guide you in this import process. And if you have any questions or concerns, we are always here to help guide you through that process. So I encourage you, and happy importing.
Thank you, Yvette. We know there's always a plethora of information regarding our regulatory requirements, but we want to have an opportunity to get a few questions in. So we have a few minutes now. If you have any questions, please form your line at the mics. And while we're waiting on that, Joseph, do we have any online, please?
Yep. You mentioned that all medical devices are released from CBP custody on a conditional basis, referred to as conditional release. What specific conditions must be met before that release becomes final, and what happens to our shipment if those conditions aren't satisfied within the applicable timeframe?
So the shipment is released from CBP. Like I said, there's 74.8 million FDA regulated commodities coming in through the ports of entry. It gets a little tight at the ports. So they release them to the importer of record, and as FDA performs their admissibility decision. As stated in the presentation, FDA has 30 days within that time to make a decision. And after the 30 days, the conditional release does expire. So unless FDA takes action to stop the clock, if the product is in violation, the agency can issue a detention, collect a sample, or take some sort of other action within those 30 days.
All right, thank you for that. Let's take the gentleman in person.
Thank you. What triggers CBP or FDA to review a product as a medical device at the import process? Is it the HTS code or information up front?
So certain HTS codes, and we do have a website on fda.gov specific to HTS codes. Certain HTS codes do have what we call PGA flags, partner government agency flags, that will indicate to the broker and the filer that FDA information is required. So that will also trigger, hey, we need to transmit that information to FDA. We need to declare it. Not necessarily does the HTS code trigger the hold. Again, incorrect or improper data information. There are other high-risk products that we want to assure that are compliant. And sampling is necessary to assure compliance coming into. So all articles regulated by the FDA are subject to sample plans. And so whether it's a food, drug, device, we do have the authority to go out and sample. So those are some of the things that would trigger a hold. For CBP, there are different things that would trigger it, but I would not know what to speak on CBP.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. And Joseph, let's just do one more online question.
Can a foreign manufacturer that holds the FDA marketing or authorization for a device also serve as both the initial importer and U.S. agent, provided the firm maintains a U.S.-based business presence capable of fulfilling all applicable regulatory duties and responsibilities associated with those roles?
Can you read that again? That was a lot.
Can a foreign manufacturer that holds the FDA marketing authorization serve as both the initial importer and U.S. agent, provided the firm maintains a U.S.-based business capable of fulfilling all regulatory duties?
Yes, the address for the initial importer must be here in the United States. And so when you transmit that initial importer information, it must be the address here in the US. But sometimes we do have foreign manufacturers that have a foreign establishment in Belize, XYZ, and I could be the initial importer here in the United States and also serve as a US agent. We do have information on fda.gov on US agents and those requirements as well, if anyone is interested.
All right, thank you, Yvette. Now, if you have a call to action.
I do have a call to action. Let's see, I think I even have the slide. So I often say no before you go. I don't want any, no before you go means check your information before getting to the port of entry. It's easier to hold your shipment in the warehouse where it is being manufactured versus somewhere here in the United States while we're trying to figure things out. So know before you go, and the data quality that you provide will help expedite that entry review process. Thank you all for your attention.
Great, thank you.
All right, so good morning, everyone. I'm Nick Walker. I am the Assistant Director for CDRH's recalls team, and I'm located in the Office of Regulatory Programs in CDRH. So today I'll just take a couple minutes to discuss CDRH recall early alerts. So when you say early, what does that really mean, right? Does early mean fast? But how fast is fast? So hopefully we'll go through that today and you can see that we made some significant changes. So we'll start with the learning objectives. So I will define a recall early alert. I will discuss information within early alert. And also we will review the early alert webpage. I'll point out some places on the webpage where you see some new information, and then I'll give you some information when the recall is classified, where does it go? All right, so what's an early alert? But let's take a step back first. To make sure we're on the same page, let's do a little bit of recalls 101. All right, the term recall is defined in 21 CFR Part 7. In summary, a recall is a correction or removal of a marketed product or device in violation of FDA laws. This does not include market withdrawal and stock recovery. When people say recall, they're probably thinking we simply just remove something from the market. That's not the case. A recall can be a correction or removal. Addressing a problem where the device is used or sold, that's a correction. Now, if you have to remove the device from where it's sold or used, you got it, it's removal. So there are 3 levels of recall classification. So we have class 1, class 2, and class 3. Class 1 being the most serious. Class 2, a majority of recalls fall in class 2. These are situations where a serious outcome is remote. And then we have class 3, which is the lowest level concern, where there's not likely to have any kind of serious health consequence or anything there. So recalls are classified within 30 days after the agency receives all of the required information from manufacturers. Now, that's not 30 days from awareness, but that's 30 days from obtaining all information. So you can imagine if a manufacturer has a recall with hundreds of products, that'll definitely take a lot of time to provide all of that required information to the FDA. So after the recalls are classified, the recall information is provided in several outlets, including one of them, which is the Public Medical Device Recalls Database. Now, we typically share this information after the recall is classified here. In the past, this is what we've done. And this is for all class 1, class 2, and class 3 recalls. So now we can get to the definition. We've gone through recalls 101. Now we can get into the early alerts. An early alert is essentially a public communication of a potential high-risk recall. High-risk recalls cover class 1 recalls and significant class 2 recalls. Early alert is the posting of the information before the agency determines that the corrective action is actually a recall. The goal is to minimize time between agency awareness and public notification. With early alerts, we're sharing recall information around day 12 of agency awareness, not 30 days after receiving all of the required information. So that's a significant time difference of potentially from FDA awareness to classification around 60 to 75 days. Now, within 12 days of us being aware of the situation, we're sharing this information publicly. The format of how we share this information is based on feedback from external stakeholders. This includes patients, healthcare workers, manufacturer reps, and patient advocates as well. So what's provided in a recall early alert? It's a lot of information that you see when the recall is classified. But until the recall is classified, we're sharing with you this information so you can, 1, identify the product, the affected product. The alert summarizes recommended actions for you, so essentially what you need to do, the reason for the recall or the firm's action at that point, how the device would be used, contact information, public information for the company, UDI information as well. It also identifies or provides a link where you can submit a MedWatch report if you're aware of a certain situation for yourself. And also any kind of additional communication, if there's a press release from the firm or if there's some type of press release from the FDA, it would be as one of the additional resources as well. And then also we include a timeline of communication updates. So in certain situations, the communication could be updated as we gather more information before the recall is classified. They will have a timeline of that information. So congratulations, you've reached your first knowledge check. All right, so I'll read the question and I'll go through the responses and then we'll discuss what's the appropriate answer. So question, which recall classification would not have a recall early alert posting? So by a round of hands, is it class 1? Is it class 2? Or is it class 3? Well, you are correct. Class 3 would not have a early alert posting. As I mentioned earlier, it's the lowest level of concern. It's not a significant or is not really high risk. So good job. So we'll have another one. So I'll read the question and we'll go around the room, hands as well. Recall early alerts are usually posted around day 30 of FDA review. Is this true? Is it false? Or does it depend? So the answer is false. Again, we share early alerts, we post early alerts around day 12 of FDA awareness. At day 30, the recall is classified and the information is posted in the database. All right, so let's take a couple minutes to just look at the early alert webpage. So as you can see here, on the left-hand side, we have a couple links to some resource information. What is a device recall? So that kind of takes you to kind of recalls 101 to give you the general information. Then we have the page itself. What is an early alert? And then we have a couple recall early alert resources and database links there. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see that the information it'll give you the date of when the information has been updated. So it's usually updated every Friday. I think we're going to a twice a week update. I think it's going to be Wednesday and Friday, but for now, it's every Friday. So let's take a look at some of the postings. So if you take a look at the status column, and you have the date of when the posting was posted, you have the issue, a summary of the issue, and that link there. You have the product area, and you have the status. So under status, as you can see there, it says early alert. FDA is still collecting information. So we've shared this information, but again, we're still collecting information and we're still reviewing the corrective action. As you can see lower down on the screen, you see status recall confirmed. At that point, the recall has been classified and the update and the posting will be updated to state the recall has been classified. Now, when the recall is classified, it also includes that post a link to the database where you can find additional information because that recall is now classified and is not in this early alert stage. If you look at the second from the bottom posting, you see the term correction. Well, because we have removal and corrections, when there's actually a correction itself, and again, that's when the product is the issue is being addressed where the product is used or sold, that's a correction, that'll be in the link. Now, if the term correction is not in the link, then you know it's a removal. And that's a situation where the product is being removed from the market. Now, you can go to the early alert page and search your information, or there's an opportunity for you to subscribe. You can go here, subscribe, put your email address in, you'll get a notification to allow you to check a number of different recall things that you can get notifications for. It's defaulted to safety alerts, well, the early alerts, but then you can check everything else you want. And again, it's a number of recall database. It could be the database, it's a link to the enforcement report. So it's a number of different things you can check off. So with recalls, there are a lot of resources out there. Some of the main ones that we use to kind of put this presentation together. The medical device recalls and early alerts webpage, what you saw there. We have what is a medical device recall. That's kind of like the recalls 101 page as well. We have information about what is in an early alert and how we started off as a pilot, where we focused on certain product areas, and then we kind of opened it out to all product areas. And again, it's just significant recalls, class 1s and significant class 2s. And then we have another link to some databases and other things as well. So we have another knowledge check. I'm going to read it, and we can go by a show of hands for the answer. You cannot subscribe to receive early recall alerts. Is that true? Is that false? Or does it depend? So the answer is false. As you just saw on the screen, if you scroll down to the bottom of the early alerts page, you have an opportunity to subscribe, not only to recall early alerts, but to other recall information as well. So I know this was a short presentation. Recall early alerts is something we started back in September. We're still plugging along. We are roughly around 50 to 60 early alerts so far within a few months. And so it'll definitely get better. We're looking at to add a couple enhancements as well, but as we go through testing, we'll provide that information and you'll see it. If you subscribe, you'll see all the latest enhancements as we go along. So in summary, I just want to say early alerts are posted again for high-risk recalls. That's class 1s and significant class 2s, not class 3s. You won't see early alert for class 3. The early alert information has this dedicated webpage. Take a look at it, subscribe. And then after classifications, the recalls are posted in that public medical device database. So they'll still have the link in the early alerts page, but then it'll also include a link to take you to that dedicated page within the database for that corresponding recall. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Now we will open it up for questions. So if you're in the room and you have a question, please form a line at the mic. And while we're waiting on those to get to the mic, Joseph, do we have an online question?
Of course we do. What is the purpose of the pilot announced by the FDA's CDRH?
What was the purpose of announcing the pilot or launching the pilot?
Launching it.
So back in 2021, we had a patient engagement advisory committee meeting. It's a public meeting, it's a peak meeting. It focused on recall communications. One of the complaints that we received was that we share information too late. Again, that's around day 30 after we received all the information, not when the agency is aware of the recall. So again, it could be 60, 70 days, depending on the manufacturer providing all the information. It could be longer than that. And so a lot of external stakeholders were saying that we want to come to the FDA to get that, information that's valid, not hearsay from someone else, from another website. The manufacturer is only communicating the recall of the corrective actions to its consignees, so it's not public information. Your healthcare provider may not know about the situation because manufacturers often send a letter to procurement department within a facility. They may not share the information with the healthcare providers. So we wanted to be transparent sooner and share information earlier. And so we created this pilot to try to get the information out as soon as possible.
All right, thank you. Joseph, another one online, please.
How does the FDA track if device recalls are effectively implemented by the manufacturer and ensure safety of patients?
So how do we track the effectiveness of the recalls? Is that the question, essentially?
Correct, to make sure the recalls are being conducted appropriately.
So depending on when the manufacturer states that they're ready to terminate a recall, we step into action to check the effectiveness of that recall. This could be a situation where we reach out to consignees to see what happened, how did it happen, is it effective? We look at manufacturers' records. There's a number of things that we do to ensure that the recall was effective. But at the end of the day, it's more on the manufacturer to assure us that they've done everything they're supposed to do. We have roughly 1,300 recalls per year in devices, which is kind of like the largest for the agency. And we don't have all the resources, but we do what we can to make sure the recall is effective.
And there are, if I may add, there are different levels of effectivity as well. And so based on the classification of the recall, FDA will be monitoring whether or not, you should notify a larger pool of your consignees or what have you. And so we're monitoring that through inspections as well. Another online question, Joseph.
Are early alerts ever used to alert the public of safety concerns the agency is aware of, such as safety signals from MDRs, but where the firm has not yet taken a decision to initiate a recall?
No, so currently that's not the case. The early alerts focus on corrective actions. At some point, we probably will fold in signal notification or signal indication into early alerts. But for right now, we just focus on corrective actions, recall, correction, or removal.
That's a great question. Thank you. All right, no one in the room. All right, Joseph, keep going with the online questions.
We got plenty. For a question on what qualifies as a recall, who should I contact?
So I would say start with taking a look at our online resources first. There's always an opportunity to contact DICE. But then you can contact my group as well. We're CDRH's recall group. I can share that information, the mailbox.
Yes.
I guess online, we'll share this information.
You can share it now.
Okay, so it's actually CDRH recall group at fda.hhs.gov.
It's on the website. You can share that.
Yes.
And I'm sure Janet can confirm, they can also contact the recall coordinators of their different areas. So. All right, next question.
What types of corrective actions does the pilot cover?
So it's all corrective actions related to high-risk recall. So that could be a class 1 or significant class 2s. Any corrective actions associated with those type of devices.
All right, we have a little time here, Joseph. If you have more, keep going.
Okay. Which medical device categories were included in the initial early alert pilot?
So with certain device areas, I think it was General Hospital, and it was, I think, ophthalmic devices were the first two for the initial part of the pilot. But like I said, we expanded back in November to all the product areas now. So.
And if they really want the specifics to that, feel free to contact DICE at DICE at fda.hhs.gov, and we will get that information for them. All right, another question, Joseph.
What role did the Patient Engagement Advisory Committee play in the development of the early alert pilot?
So as I mentioned, how we share the information on the early alert postings, the formatting, sort of like some of the language that we use, some of the trigger, action, words, terminology, that was all taken in consideration from the peak stakeholders to present the information.
Okay, come on up to the microphone. Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Given the fact that a lot,
just hold it close.
Given the fact that a lot of we good now? Okay. So given the fact that a lot of adverse events go underreported, in response to this pilot, have you seen increased trending or action from the public in relation to providing additional information or faster information as it relates to adverse events to inform the recalls?
All right, so let's try to
repeat the question. You want me to repeat it?
You want
if I can paraphrase and tell me if I heard you correctly. She said, given the fact that we've been issuing these early alerts, has there been an increase with reports coming in faster from the community, basically?
Correct. Especially as it relates to MDR reporting. So like, are you seeing a response from the public to be more vigilant in coming and communicating to the agency earlier based upon these early alerts? And is that something that you're going to be monitoring and or trending as potentially a positive outcome in I guess, evaluating this program overall?
So her question was, is the FDA seeing more vigilance from the public with regards to reporting adverse events now that they know we are submitting these early alert recalls? And then are there any additional monitoring, right, that will be taking place?
So currently, right now, I'm unaware if there's a significant increase in MDR reporting at this point, but again, it's still early in the pilot. Early in this effort. We would probably take a look at that when we reach that full fiscal year. Then we would take a look at, do we see increases, where? And that'll be something kind of how we fold in to the enhancements of the early pilot, the early alert pilot, well, I keep saying pilot, but the early alert effort now, initiative. And that will probably inform how we provide the information through the early alert posting as well. But not at this moment. Good question, though.
And I know I can share with regards to some of the inquiries we have received in DICE, where people or stakeholders have acknowledged the fact that they were appreciative of receiving those early alerts, and then they're following up saying, okay, when will it be final? So at least to me, that's confirmation that they like the fact that we're giving them this information as soon as possible, even if it's not final information. And so they've been reaching out, wanting to know, what's the final decision. So, all right, maybe two more. Joseph, do you have any more? And if anyone else think of something, please jump to the mic.
Since what year has CDRH taken significant steps to strengthen its medical device recall program?
So this is going back to 2009, really. We've been little step by step, not just having improvements here at the center, but in our counterparts, OII as well. It could be our field program, our policies internally here. It could be staffing. So it could be a number of different things that we've done, but it goes back to 2009.
Okay, we would definitely take our in-person questions.
I don't know if this thing is on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so in food and cosmetics, I've noticed that in recalls, they're starting to take samples of notifications, kind of like looking at the effectivity of recall notifications. I'm wondering if you guys are doing anything like that as well to kind of synergize with those energies.
The question was, she noticed that in foods, they're starting to receive like recall notifications, checking to ensure it's complete and accurate, if I can paraphrase, right? And the question was, will CDRH begin to do something similar to that? Is that correct? On the effectivity of the recall notification.
From FDA communication, or are you saying manufacturer?
The manufacturers.
Manufacturer communications. So one of the things we do as we evaluate recalls, we look at the effectiveness of the language of the communication. And in certain situations, we look at the benefit risk associated with having the manufacturer put something else out, because when they notify us of the recall, they've already notified their customers, right? And so those are situations where, like I mentioned, we look at, does it make sense to have them put out another notification and kind of correct some of the things they've done in the past? Over time, we've looked at some of the issues that we've seen from a number of manufacturers. And we've considered, do we try to prescribe a format for manufacturers to use? Right now, the regulation only states that that communication only has to have the required information as identified in 806. And so we can't really push them to change the format, but we can put out guidance documents. but that's something we're always looking at. And it kind of leads to why we're trying to do so much on the communication front, is because there aren't any real requirements to make manufacturer make changes other than what's identified in the regulation.
Yes, that is often a concern, whether or not a follow-up communication will cause more harm with confusion than leaving. And as James indicated, they will consider what's the benefit and risk for doing a follow-up, or having the manufacturer submit a follow-up notification. And it may be time for one more. Do we have any more, Joseph?
Always.
Okay.
You mentioned that early alerts are posted for high-risk recalls. How does FDA determine if a class 2 recall is considered high risk? Do you have any examples?
So we have internal criteria that we use, and it's used on a case-by-case situation. But example, if there's a consumer at-home product, and it's a significant, and it's a class 2, we would probably post that as an early alert, because because the users have the actual product or device in home in hand. So that's an example of how we would post something early.
Okay, it looks like we're a little ahead of schedule. So Joseph, if you have a couple of more, I'm sure Mr. Walker would not, not answer them.
What is CDRH's broader commitment regarding medical device safety communications?
To share accurate information as soon as possible, to become transparent as soon as possible. We want patients, healthcare providers to make educated decisions, and that's coming from accurate information, information that we find valid. And just to be transparent sooner than later, and not wait until we have everything that's required to make a final decision.
Okay, keep going, Joseph.
Previously, we used to receive confirmation from our coordinator acknowledging receipt of our recall notices. However, we're no longer seeing these confirmations. Is there a reason we haven't been seeing these confirmations?
It was resources. In the OII division recall coordinators, they are undermanned, understaffed. And so with roughly 1,300 recalls in the fiscal year, and I think we have 7 coordinators, and it's a manual entry process. So it takes a little time. And I would just say manufacturers aren't receiving the notifications just due to understaffing. It's first come, first serve. What comes in first, you'll probably get a response to that first, and it's a little delay on getting the information in.
Okay, thank you. Keep going, Joseph. That's it? All righty. Looks like we don't have any more, but Nick, if you have any closing call to action?
Yeah, so again, take a look at the Early Alert webpage, subscribe. And if you all have your computers now, you can go and play around the webpage now, and I'll be around for questions if you have any additional questions. So take a look at the webpage and subscribe.
All right. Okay, so just a few lunch payment instructions here. Are we still pre-ordering, or is there a truck outside? No. Pre-order? Okay, all right, so I think we can ignore the pre-order. Same as yesterday, we're out a little early, 11:57, but I will stick to the time on the schedule that lunch resumes. We will resume at 1:10. We were scheduled to take lunch from 12:10 to 1:10, so we will resume at 12:10. Remember, we have one-on-one discussions now with the AM presenters. So if the 4 presenters would strategically place yourselves in the room, and those who are here and have some more specific questions for the presenters this morning. So enjoy lunch and make sure you return, because we have 3 more great presentations. And of course, we'll end with the investigation presentation. Thank you all. this role, she leads the development, implementation, and communication of policies, processes, and procedures governing MDR reviews, reportability determinations, post-market IT system maintenance, and associated contracts that support OPEX, pre-market and post-market decision-making and signal detection activities. And you can review the more detailed information about Michelle's bio on the FDA events page. Following Michelle, we'll have a presentation titled Medical Device Single Audit Program, or MDSAP, QMSR Impact, and the State of the Program. And that will be given by Commander Kenneth Chen. Commander Chen is the Assistant Director for the Regulatory Inspection and Audits Team in the Office of Regulatory Programs for the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality here in CDRH. He is the lead project manager of the MDSAP program and he leads the efforts associated with MDSAP development and implementation with other regulatory authorities and industry. And again, you can read the entire bio of Ken as well on the FDA events webpage. So we will continue with Michelle.
Thanks, Tonya, for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. And I realize that I'm a bit challenged. I've been designated the first session after lunch, but I'll try to keep you all awake as I tell you all about a program that we established that will build efficiencies with the way you submit malfunction reports to the center. And we thought that that might be something you might want to know all about. So, as Tonya said, I lead the medical device reporting program within CDRH, and I will be discussing with you the Voluntary Malfunction Summary Reporting Program. We will be referring to it as VMSR for short, just for sake of time. Oh, wrong side. And throughout the presentation, I will explain what is the VMSR program, why does FDA offers the program, describe how to check your device's pro code eligibility, and describe the format for quarterly reporting. Now let's take a moment to just go through what is the VMSR program. But before we do that, I want to take a step back and want to remind you about the individual reporting requirements from the regulation, the MDR regulation for medical device manufacturers. And it is in 21 CFR 80350A2 that manufacturers are required to submit a single MDR report for each reportable malfunction event. And they must do that within 30 calendar days after becoming aware, right? And in 21 CFR 80319, it provides that FDA may grant alternative reporting options to manufacturers. And it is through this authority that we established the Voluntary Malfunction Summary Reporting Program. So now, having said that, we can go out and clarify what exactly is the program. So as the title alludes to, the program is a voluntary program. This means that manufacturers have the option to participate. They can decide whether to participate from it. They don't have to submit a request to FDA to participate. As long as you meet the program conditions, you can just determine if it works for you and choose to participate. Instead of reporting each malfunction individually in alignment with the individual reporting requirements that we just spoke about, the program offers an alternative that allows you to deviate from those individual reporting requirements. And we will go about what those are. The program allows device manufacturers to submit a single report that summarizes multiple device-associated malfunction events of the same type, as long as they share the same type of malfunction. Now, this is, as the title says, it is for malfunction types of reports. So serious injuries and death type of reports are out of the scope. Instead of that individual 30 calendar day time frame requirement, the program allows manufacturers to submit reports in an established quarterly reporting schedule. And we will go through what that reporting schedule looks like. But that means that you submit a single report summarizing multiple events every 3 months. Not every pro code is eligible. Eligibility for the VMSR program is determined by specific device pro codes that FDA has identified as appropriate candidates. FDA evaluates devices based on factors such as historical malfunction data and risk profiles. Manufacturers should verify if the pro code is eligible to determine whether to self-elect into participating from the program. And we will go into how to check eligibility later in the presentation. But please know that over 75% of device pro codes are eligible across different classes. Participating in the VMSR program does not diminish FDA's ability to monitor device safety. We maintain full oversight through summary data submissions, and we retain the authority to request additional information, conduct inspections, or require individual MDR reporting at any time should safety concerns arise. The program is designed to make reporting more efficient, not less rigorous. So what can be summarized? Summary reports on the program describe routine malfunction reports that do not result in patient harm. Like we said, if it results in a death or serious injury, that's a different reporting pathway. Individual reporting requirements apply. If the malfunction is likely to cause or contribute to a death or serious injury, that's basically what triggers a malfunction report to FDA. The VMSR program lets you consolidate in a single report multiple reportable events where the same device malfunctioned the same way. Instead of submitting multiple individual reports for each malfunction event, you can submit one for all those events sharing the same malfunction. And you can summarize those malfunctions as long as the malfunction for that device is not associated with a recall or is subject to a 5-day report. As you may know, the regulation defines what is a 5-day report, and are those MDR reportable events that necessitate remedial action to prevent unreasonable risk of substantial harm to the public. So after learning what the program is, I want to take a few minutes to share why do we offer the program. Okay. So every year, FDA receives over 2 million reports annually. That's a lot of reports. That's thousands of reports that we must do review every single day. And that's a large volume. And for the most part, 90% of these reports are malfunctions. So malfunctions have the largest, provides the largest volume of reports. So many of the malfunctions we receive describe the same type of malfunctions for the same device. And each individual report we receive about the malfunction events describe essentially the same issue. So because this has an impact on all involved parties, right? As for you manufacturers, it means that you may need to submit a single report. If you were not participating from the program, you would need to submit an individual report within 30 days each time you become aware of an MDR reportable event, right? If you're experiencing the same malfunction over and over, that means multiple reports. So what do we do about that? We consider that and we establish the program. So the program, again, allows you to group similar device-associated malfunctions in a single report. It allows you more time to conduct the investigation, which means that, like you may not need to submit a supplemental report because by the time you submit your initial, which is, quarterly schedule, you may have by then taken some actions to that may result in supplementing if you were otherwise participating from the program. So it would save some time. It would provide us with a more complete picture of what's going on and how you are addressing it. So for malfunctions that occur regularly but don't pose an immediate safety risk, the VMSR program significantly reduces your reporting burden because you're not creating a new submission each occurrence. When malfunctions are grouped together in summary reports, it also helps us. FDA reviewers can see patterns more readily and can look at trends more easily. It can also allows us to understand what steps are you taking, and it may reduce the process for issuing additional information request letters. It also allows FDA to allocate our resources more effectively. We're not sorting through thousands of individual reports that describe the same issue over and over, and that way our reviewers can can also look at what's happening with death and serious injuries and important safety concerns. So now that we know what the program is and why we established it, now we want to know about how to participate from the program and how to check for eligibility. Eligibility for the program is established at the program level, so it's important that you know how to check for that, right? Before deciding whether to participate from the program, check if your device ProCode is eligible. Like I said before, not all ProCodes qualify for this program, so verifying is essential. Each of your devices has a specific ProCode assigned by FDA. So even if you manufacture multiple devices, you have to check whether each of the different devices you manufacture are eligible for the program. You can learn about the status by visiting. We have a dedicated voluntary malfunction summary reporting webpage that you can visit to learn about whether the ProCode is eligible. Within that webpage, you can access the zip file that includes a comprehensive list of eligible ProCodes. And you can also look at the product classification database. In that page, you can include the 3-letter ProCode, and it would let you know if that ProCode is eligible for summary malfunction reporting. If your ProCode is not currently eligible for VMSR, but has been in existence for more than 2 years, and you believe it should be eligible, you may ask FDA to reconsider reclassifying it. So submit your request with a written justification to the MDR team help desk at the email address shown in the slide. We review those requests periodically, and we will let you know about our determination. We review it, and we looked at the device benefit risk profile and available safety data to make our determinations. For instructions on how to submit an eligibility request, you can also look at our VMSR guidance. The guidance not just provides information on how to ask FDA to reconsider, but also provides information about the program overall. So we already discussed the VMSR program, how it can benefit your firm, and how to know whether programs are eligible. If you choose to participate, it's important to know the reporting schedule and format. So that's what we'll go through the next few slides. When participating in the program, you submit quarterly summary reports for devices within eligible procodes on the schedule shown in the slide. So it's a quarterly schedule. For example, for events that you become aware of between January 1st and March 31st, you would submit a single report by the end of April. That report should identify the total number of malfunction events involving the same device and sharing the same malfunction. So how do you identify a VMSR report? So when submitting a report to us, it's important that you identify the report. And in accordance with the MDR regulation, specifically 80320, manufacturers are required to submit electronic reports, and they must contain all the information from the applicable blocks in Form 3500A. So through the next slides, I will be, walking you through that form and the sections that are applicable for the VMSR reports. So you must identify the report as a VMSR MDR. And that you will type in the exemption variance alternative field, you will type the term VMSR. Moving on through the form, you ensure that, that all the fields are, applicable fields are completed. And in section B of the form, adverse event or product problem, you would identify the type of report as product problem and include a description of the event in the describe event or problem section of the form. Section D, suspect medical device, you must identify the brand name, the pro code, the common device name, manufacturer name, city, state, and country, and any additional device identifiers corresponding to the devices involved in the event summarized. In this case, we chose to use the UDI information. Section G, all manufacturers block, right? So in section G, you must identify in your report at least the manufacturing site and contact office, including the contact name and the phone number. In section H, device manufacturers only section, you must identify in the type of reportable event block that the events described in the report are malfunctions. You must indicate that it is a summary report and include the total number of events summarized. In the adverse event problem section, include all the applicable adverse event codes. So since all the events summarized must share the same malfunction, all the codes listed under medical device problem code must be shared by all devices involved in the event summarized. Investigation codes as available should also be provided. And then in the additional manufacturer narrative section, you may provide a summary of the result of the investigation, any follow-up actions, or any other information helpful to understand the information from the report. So you just completed a VMSR report for submission to FDA. And their report in this example summarizes 25 events. So imagine, right, having to go through that all 25 times, right? It would have been the case if you were not really participating from the VMSR program. So there are other additional information about the program that you must know about. Participating from the VMSR does not exempt manufacturers from implementing MDR reporting procedures, investigating each MDR reportable event, and maintaining MDR event files. Remember, so VMSR is changing the reporting schedule and format, but not the requirements. There are individual reporting conditions that even if you're participating from the VMSR program, you must be aware of. And those are 5. We'll go through this now. First, the very first time a new type of reportable malfunction happens involving your device, you need to file an individual report. This helps us to spot emerging safety issues faster, right? Instead of waiting for the quarterly report, we would know about those new types of malfunctions within that 30 calendar day time frame. After you've told us about it, then you can include that type of malfunction if it were to happen again. So you can summarize those in subsequent reports. Next, when the device may have caused or contribute to a death or serious injury. Again, the scope of the program is for reportable malfunction type of reports only. Third, urgent safety concerns. Sometimes a problem is so serious that we need to know about it before that quarterly reporting schedule. When the device malfunction is subject of an open Class 1 or Class 2 recall. So you must be aware that after that recall is terminated, you can resume summarizing those type of malfunctions. Lastly, when FDA requested, FDA may request individual reporting conditions when you're participating from the program, and reasons may include safety concerns or unresolved quality issues specific to your device or your manufacturing facility. In all these scenarios, we believe that patient safety is impacted, and we should know about those issues before the end of the reporting quarter. So we can test our knowledge now on the VMSR program. So let's check our understanding with a few questions. So by show of hands, what is the reporting schedule for VMSR reports? Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? Or is it annually? So by show of hands, it looks like most in the room believe that it is quarterly, and that is the correct answer. So yes, it is a quarterly reporting schedule. So great. Let's do one more. This is a true or false. I need to request participation in the VMSR program. Is it true or is it false? False. And most in the room believe that it is false, and that is correct. You may elect to participate in the program if your code is eligible. We're doing so good, we're going to do another one. The VMSR allows me to group, now this one is a little harder, so let's see. Different types of malfunction events, multiple malfunction events of the same type, new types of malfunctions. B, okay, we didn't even show hands. Wow, everybody's, all right, it's B, all right, great, yes. Multiple malfunctions of the same type. So this is basically the key principle in VMSR. And if it's a new type of malfunction, you need to submit that individually, and yeah, separate reports for different types of malfunctions. So great. I have this slide here showing all the resources I use for this presentation. For the most part, our dedicated webpage, I encourage you to visit that. We do have our list of eligible pro codes, And the ProCode classification database is another resource for you. The guidance document really, it's a wonderful resource, and it does spells all the different program requirements, individual reporting conditions, and how to check for ProCode eligibility. So in summary, the VMSR program allows you to group same type malfunctions in a single report. It is a self-elect program for which you do not need to apply for. Before you elect to participate from the program, make sure your device ProCode is eligible. There are multiple ways to check for ProCode eligibility. Instead of submitting an individual report for each malfunction event within 30 calendar days, VMSR program allows you to submit summary reports on a quarterly schedule. There are individual reporting scenarios that you must be aware of when participating from the program. And VMSR changes how and when you report to FDA, but it doesn't change your reporting requirements overall. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and for joining me. I can take some questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Looks like this mic isn't working. And we will open up now for questions. Joseph, do you have any already online?
Yep, we do. When was the VMSR program implemented?
Oh, thank you for that. Yes. The VMSR program was announced in 2017 for public comments and was formally established in 2018. It's been a few years. It was established through FR notice. Then most recently in 2024, we amended the notice for basically to announce some technical changes to align with the 3500A format.
Thank you. If anyone in the room has a question, please form your line at the microphone. If not, as you're thinking of those questions, Joseph, can we get another one from online, please?
If the malfunction in the past caused injury, can it be summarized? Preventative maintenance catches the malfunction and no injury has reoccurred.
So if the malfunction has in the past resulted in a serious injury or death, we expect that subsequent malfunctions would be likely to cause or contribute to a death or serious injury. If the ProCode is eligible, you may participate from the program. I start summarizing those types of malfunctions through that.
Thank you. So make sure you check out those similar reports, right?
Right.
Malfunction.
Yeah.
No one in the room. Okay, Joseph, keep going, please.
Is it correct that if a company has never filed an MDR for a malfunction, the first malfunction MDR must be an individual report? How many individual reports must be filed before you can use VMSR?
All right. Well, the program establishes that the first time you become aware of a new type of malfunction for a device you manufacture, that report must be individually submitted. Subsequent malfunctions of the same type can be summarized, provided, again, the ProCode is eligible for summary reporting.
So, Michelle, I noticed you emphasized that it has to be a malfunction that is of similar type, correct? So if it is a different malfunction, then they have to start over with the individual, or they can only submit an individual. They're not eligible for the summary report?
Well, if you know of the malfunctions, right? So a device may malfunction different ways, right? So if you're aware of the different ways the device malfunction, you may summarize those malfunctions. The thing is that you may need to summarize all the events that have malfunction type A in a single report and submit a separate report summarizing all the events for malfunction type B. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Joseph, keep going.
Will limiting the frequency of the on-time reporting to only quarterly reports affect the time in which FDA identifies a trend that needs to be urgently addressed across different manufacturers?
Thank you for that question. So the quarterly reporting schedule, like I said, is basically intended for malfunction reports that are well-known and characterized. If there were a new type of malfunction, then individual reporting condition applies, right? And those would be submitted within the 30 calendar day schedule. There are also individual reporting conditions that required us to know about it within a shorter amount of time. Those are qualified for 5-day reports, and those are intended for us to be aware of, like learn about safety concerns that we do need to know early on. That answers the question.
Thank you. All right, Joseph, we can take some more, please.
We got plenty. Is there a database specifically for VMSR similar to MDR's reports?
So the MOD database basically captures the same. So these reports are submitted in the same form that individual reports are submitted. And we make them publicly available just the same way we do individual reports. When you are looking in the MOD database for MDR reports, there is a field that does identify the device as whether or not it is a summary report.
Great. Yes, thank you. That's very helpful to know that information is included in the same database.
It's publicly available.
Go checking multiple ones. All right, we have an in-person question.
Think about
Go
that a
ahead.
minute. If the malfunction involves, for instance, an adverse event, technically, i.e. maybe a second surgery, does that automatically disqualify it for this program?
A second surgery, so would that be a serious injury? So if the event represents a serious injury or death, that would be outside the scope of the program, and those would have to be submitted as a serious injury type of event within the 30 calendar day timeframe.
So if the second surgery would happen anyway, but the device malfunctioned is corrected through that second surgery, that would disqualify it, is what you're saying.
So manufacturers have to evaluate whether, patient outcome, right? So if there is adverse patient outcome, if the event represents a serious injury, then it is a serious injury MDR that we're submitting. Okay. So if you have a routine procedure, routine procedures may represent serious injury by itself, So it depends on what case scenario we're discussing.
Okay. Maybe I'll talk to you afterwards.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Case. Yeah.
The specific case, correct.
Because it sounded as if you were saying that malfunction came as a result of the first surgery. Are there any more inline questions? Please hop up to the microphone. And while they are thinking about that, Joseph, give us another online question, please.
If the malfunction is new for your manufactured device, but there has been previous reports submitted and published in the MOD database for the same product code, would it still be eligible for VMSR?
Great question. So we're talking about maybe another manufacturer has reported this malfunction, but it has not been reported, or you have not seen this for a device that you market, right? So basically, you are responsible for your reporting requirements, and we are looking at individual manufacturer reporting requirements. So if you, as a manufacturer of your particular device, have not seen this malfunction, even though other manufacturers of other similar devices have, then you are required to submit this one particular one individually, and then subsequent similar malfunctions can be summarized.
That sounds like you cannot rely upon or
other manufacturers
with regards to reporting. Great. I think we have time for one more, Joseph.
What if, after the first event submitted individually, we have a second event and decide to submit through the VMSR program, but later we do not receive any other events? Can we submit a report for only one event?
If you're participating from the VMSR program, you can identify your report as a VMSR report. That helps us understand that you are a VMSR participant. So yes, you can submit your report identifying it as a VMSR type of report, so that we can trend our participants. And be aware that, like, not a lot of manufacturers are participating from this program. Over, the 17,000 registered device manufacturers, only we have 85 manufacturers participating in the program, and that basically accounts for less than 0.5%. So this is why we wanted to make sure that you are aware of this program, so that you can take advantage of it and build efficiencies. Yeah, build efficiencies.
Mm-hmm. Great questions. Thank you. So Michelle, I'll turn it over to you for a call to action.
Yes. All right. So I do have a call to action. Sorry. So we ask you that you take advantage of the program and look for additional information. We have a dedicated webpage. So please visit our VMSR webpage and check whether the codes that you manufacture are eligible for the program. Share this information with your quality and regulatory teams. Decide whether VMSR is right for your firm, and just update your procedures to align with this reporting process, and start summarizing. Thank you.
Great information. So now everyone knows that's available. We hope to see more take advantage of that. Next, we have Commander Chen.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to skip the formalities. Tonya did a warm welcome. So my name is Commander Kenneth Chen. Happy to be back on the stage. It's been a couple of years since I've presented on MDSAP. Going to these events it's great. It reminds me how small the medical device space is. We see a lot of former and current colleagues, so it's good to see some familiar faces in the audience. So today I'll be walking through the Medical Device Single Audit Program, commonly known as MDSAP, with a particular focus on how the Quality Management System Regulation, or QMSR, affects the program, and how FDA actually uses MDSAP data in its regulatory work. Whether you're already participating in MDSAP or just exploring it as an option, I hope you'll leave today with a clearer picture of what the program means for your business. We'll start off with a Dilbert comment strip. So before we dive into MDSAP specifically, I want us to ground us in the concept most of you are probably familiar with, is the quality management system. This image is a reminder that quality management isn't just a regulatory checkbox. It's a framework that helps organizations consistently meet customer and regulatory requirements. So MDSAP builds on that foundation, and understanding that connection will help frame everything we discussed today. So hopefully you go back and tell your boss you know what MDSAP is, and not just read off the brochure. All right, a couple learning objectives. This is what we'll be covering today. By the end of this session, you should be able to describe what MDSAP is and how it works, understand the current state of the program, appreciate how QMSR impacts, or in this case, doesn't significantly impact MDSAP, and understand how FDA uses MDSAP audit data as a regulatory intelligence tool. These objectives are designed to be practical and directly applicable to your work as device manufacturers or industry stakeholders. So let's start with the basics. What exactly is MDSAP? I'll walk you through the program structure and its purpose and why it was created in the first place. So one of the most compelling reasons small businesses should pay attention to MDSAP is the efficiency it offers. So in the first block, MDSAP, it's a single audit conducted by a recognized third-party auditing organization, or AO for short, to satisfy the regulatory requirements of multiple participating jurisdictions simultaneously. So we have 16 official jurisdictions and the WHO pre-qualification program that uses MDSAP within the regulatory framework. Unlike an ISO 1345 audit, the MDSAP audit approach has structure and flow to guide auditors in covering audit tasks and following audit trails. Audits are mutually accepted and independently reviewed by each regulator. This is a predictable process. Nonconformity grading takes away subjectivity to audit findings, making the outcome more predictable for industry and regulators. As stated previously, the audit has a structure and the flow that is required by all AOs, which adds to the consistency of MDSAP audits. The audits are based on the ISO 1345 standard. MDSAP also reduces burden. With the audit approach being based off of the standard, the consortium has worked to minimize the country-specific requirements. This burden is reduced for industry and the AOs. Regulators have experienced reduced burden by being able to rely on these audits, which have reduced the number of inspections and audits that each of these participating countries would normally have to perform. This program is transparent. MDSAP documentation is posted publicly at the mdsap.global website. The consortium also frequently engages in stakeholders to provide updates on the program and obtain feedback. We plan to increase transparency in the future by publishing formal annual updates and reporting on the website. And we pride ourselves on the open and transparent communication and frequent communications we have between the regulators, the AOs, regarding policies, procedures, and updates as we're making improvements and building the program. The program is built with a strong relationship, like I mentioned, between the regulators and the third-party auditing organizations. Another benefit, the AOs, they're also notified bodies in the European Union. So these are recognized auditing bodies that bring experience because they are also auditing under other device schemes such as the CE, CA, for example. So these combined audits are frequently performed by AOs to meet client needs. And then to maintain the confidence in the program, the regulators assess or reevaluate these AOs against MDSAP criteria. And then lastly, one of the benefits is the experience. MDSAP has been operational for over a decade now. We have over 30,000 audits under our belt. The program has become a benchmark for regulatory harmonization in the device space. And with over a 10-year period, we have implemented many improvements to the audit approach, hybrid remote auditing, audit documents, et cetera, and to continue to look ways to streamline and improve operations so the program can be more widely accepted by other countries. And so now let's look at where the program stands today. MDSAP has grown considerably since its pilot phase, and understanding the current landscape will help you assess how the program might fit in your regulatory strategy. So this slide captures the core architecture of MDSAP. It's worth spending a moment here because understanding the relationships between the three groups is key to understanding how the program works. So at the very top, you have the regulatory authorities. So these are the participating jurisdictions, the FDA, Health Canada, Brazil's NVISA, Australia's TGA, and Japan's MHW or PMDA. So this is the core Regulatory Authority Council, the 5 official members, the founding members. And these authorities assess and recognize the auditing organizations that are recognized through the, to conduct MDSAP audits, where you see in the middle. So these, in the middle, these auditing organizations are independent third parties who actually go out and audit device manufacturers. They're not government employees. They're recognized experts operating under a rigorous framework established by the participating regulatory authorities. And at the very bottom, this might be you as a device manufacturer, you engage the AOs, undergo the audit, and the resulting reports and certificates flow back up to the regulators. If any nonconformities or nonconformances are identified, regulatory action can follow. It's a well-structured, transparent system designed to create accountability at every level. So we have three membership types. I'll start with the first one. The first one is a RAC member, Regulatory Authority Council. We manage the program by approving new work items, conducting assessment of auditing organizations. We also develop and implement new policies and procedures aimed to improving the program. If you've been to IMDRF, the membership categories is very similar to those at IMDRF in that a country elevates in membership, the level of effort, expectations, and responsibilities increase as you move up in the ranks. As a RAC member, we provide staff to fill critical positions to fulfill MDSAP obligations. We dedicate at least 2 executive level staff to serve as the RAC. We also dedicate multiple staff to serve as assessors and project managers. We also have a 2-year rotating chair and secretary position. So each RAC member must be able to take this on when it's their turn, along with the ability to host the annual MDSAP forum. Any regulator wishing to become a RAC member must serve as an official observer for at least 2 consecutive years. So essentially, RAC members drive and manage the program, and the RAC members make decisions by consensus that drive the operations and future strategic direction of MDSAP. The second type of membership is observers. Observers are MDSAP contributors that do not have decision-making responsibilities. They may participate in working groups, projects, official meetings, and regional assessments. Observers are required to report their MDSAP use annually, either by a report or at the MDSAP forum. They're also required to have confidentiality commitments with all the RAC members. Affiliate members, which is the lowest tier, which I'll cover in the next slide, you must be an affiliate member for 3 consecutive years of active participation before you become an official observer. All right, so lastly, this is the lowest tier of membership. This is the entry participation into MDSAP as a regulator. They'll join as an affiliate member. Affiliate members must demonstrate knowledge of MDSAP by taking program developed training. They commit or plan to utilize MDSAP reports or certificates under the regulatory framework. Affiliates also commit to annual reporting of MDSAP use to RAC members and other stakeholders at the annual MDSAP forum or by a written report. They must also commit to meeting obligations under the program. So these are the current auditing organizations. We have 17 AOs, and not all of these AOs are in the same stage of the MDSAP process. There are 3 categories. We have recognized, authorized, and application accepted. A recognized AO has completed the full vetting process and is fully authorized to conduct MDSAP audits across all participating jurisdictions. An authorized AO may have some limitations on the scope of audits they can conduct. An application accepted means an organization is in the pipeline, they've applied and are working through the recognition process. So I'm happy to report Key1 and NDC are our 2 newest application accepted, and they're going through the authorization and recognition process. So when you're selecting an AO for your MDSAP audit, it's important to verify that their status and ensure they're recognized for the jurisdictions relevant to your markets. You can find the current list of MDSAP AOs on the global website, which will also be provided in the resource slide later. And I'm pleased to share that the US FDA is currently the chair and secretariat of MDSAP for the years 2026 to 2027. And as chair, we've identified 3 priority areas for this term. First is expansion and outreach. We're actively growing to grow MDSAP participation, both in terms of numbers of manufacturers enrolled and potentially the number of participating regulatory jurisdictions. So events like this today, is one of a direct expression of that priority. We want medical device organizations and auditing organizations alike to be to be well-informed partners in this program. If you have questions or feedback about MDSAP, FDA's role as chair means this is a particularly good time to reach out to us. We can answer your questions. Which brings us to transparency. We want stakeholders, including manufacturers like you, to have better visibility into how the program operates and audit outcomes are used. And then lastly, improvement. We're continuously refining the audit approach and associated training documents to ensure consistency and quality across all audits. So speaking of outreach, the 2026 MDSAP Forum is an important event for anyone involved in or considering MDSAP participation. The forum brings together regulatory authorities, AOs, and industry stakeholders to discuss program updates, share best practices, and address emerging issues. So I encourage you to look into this as a resource for staying current on MDSAP developments. Details are available through the MDSAP global website. And this year's MDSAP Forum is in Kyoto, Japan. So now let's turn to a topic that I think a lot of folks have questions, generate a lot of questions in the industry, which is the quality management system, or QMSR, and what it means for MDSAP. Before we get into that, here's a snapshot of the current MDSAP inventory. We have just over 7,000 medical device manufacturers participating in MDSAP. And over half of those locations are registered with the FDA. Breaking it down even further, about 2,000 are US domestic locations and over 4,000 are foreign locations. So this is the headline. I want to be very clear that the QMSR does not significantly impact MDSAP, and this is why. The MDSAP audit approach is built on ISO 1345, which is the internationally recognized quality management standard for medical devices. The QMSR, which the FDA finalized to align US device quality management system requirements more closely with the ISO 1345 standard. So essentially incorporates ISO 1345 by reference. So if you're already operating under ISO 1345, which is the foundation of MDSAP, you are well positioned for QMSR compliance. For manufacturers already in MDSAP, this is generally good news. We don't need to overhaul your quality management system to accommodate QMSR. The industry's familiarity with ISO remains the relevant standard, and MDSAP continues to operate on that same foundation. If you have any specific questions about QMSR compliance and how it maps to your existing QMS, I encourage you to consult with the resources on the MDSAP global website or the FDA's QMSR guidance documents. So now let's shift to something that I think it's also important to manufacturers to understand is how FDA utilizes MDSAP audit data. This is where the program has real tangible implications for your regulatory relationship with the FDA. So MDSAP audit reports give FDA meaningful insight into the potential regulatory conformity of your organization. When FDA reviews an MDSAP audit report, we're looking through it through a regulatory lens. Depending on what we find, we can review, that review can lead to a range of outcomes, from a compliance meeting to discuss concerns, to a directed inspection by an FDA investigator, or to formal enforcement actions in more serious cases. And I want to be transparent about this because I think it's important for manufacturers to understand that MDSAP participation is not a shield from FDA oversight. It's a window into your quality system. A clean audit report is a strong signal of compliance, but non-conformities identified in a MDSAP audit are taken seriously and can trigger FDA follow-up. So this slide kind of summarizes everything I said related to regulatory intelligence function of MDSAP. The data FDA receives through MDSAP audit report feeds into our broader understanding of the device manufacturing landscape. It helps us allocate inspection resources more effectively and focus attention where most needed, which ultimately benefits compliant manufacturers by allowing FDA to direct resources to higher risk situations. Let me walk you through the specific ways FDA uses MDSAP. First, MDSAP informs our inspection work planning. The audit outcomes help us prioritize which manufacturers to inspect and when. Second, it provides regulatory intelligence for FDA evaluation on a broader device manufacturing environment. Third, MDSAP can be used to follow up on allegations of regulatory misconduct. So if a complaint is received by about a manufacturer, we would pass this on to the AOs as a follow-up to assess the situation. Fourth, in certain circumstances, MDSAP audits can help resolve import alerts related to quality system deficiencies. And fifth, for manufacturers participating in, or for manufacturers preparing for to market their devices in the United States, MDSAP participation can be part of a demonstration of regulatory readiness. So each of these use cases underscores why the quality and integrity of your MDSAP audit matters. So for some warning letters for general good quality or good manufacturing practice deficiencies, FDA can utilize an MDSAP audit report to close out the warning letter if the MDSAP audit shows that the deficiencies that are subject of the warning letter have been corrected. So first, you have FDA conducting an inspection of your facility. FDA may issue a warning letter for the GMP deficiencies. You may have a scheduled MDSAP audit as part of your certification cycle. That outcome of that MDSAP audit may indicate that you have resolved violations in your warning letter, and that will be reviewed by FDA, the bottom arrow. So FDA will review the outcome of the MDSAP audit, and we may use that audit outcome to close out your warning letter. So similarly in the import alert, MDSAP audits can play a role in the import alert process. If quality system deficiencies are identified, an import alert may be issued, which can prevent your devices from entering the US market. Conversely, a strong MDSAP audit report can be a pathway to resolving an existing import alert in certain situations. So for small businesses that rely on US market access, this is a critical point. Your MDSAP audit outcome has direct implications for your ability to import and sell devices in the United States. FDA has the option to use MDSAP audit reports to support a decision to place a manufacturer on import alert for general good manufacturing practice violations, and also remove a manufacturer from import alert if the import alert was imposed based on a general good manufacturing practice violation. And then in cases of allegations of regulatory misconduct against a manufacturer participating in MDSAP, FDA can request that the MDSAP AO follow up on specific items that were communicated to the FDA in the complaint. When FDA receives an allegation of regulatory misconduct against a manufacturer, one of the tools available to us is to pass this allegation on to the relevant AO for follow-up during the next audit cycle. The resulting audit is then reviewed by the FDA. This is another reason why the integrity of the MDSAP audit process is not just a certification exercise, it's generally a genuine regulatory oversight mechanism. All right, and lastly, preparation for marketing. For manufacturers who participate in preparing, or manufacturers who are preparing to bring their devices to the US market for the first time, MDSAP can serve as a way to demonstrate compliance with FDA regulations before they've undergone a traditional FDA inspection. This can be particularly valuable for small businesses and international manufacturers who are navigating the US regulatory pathways for the first time. MDSAP participation signals to FDA that you've invested in a robust quality management system and are committed to regulatory compliance. So everything I've shared today, they're available to the MDSAP global website in various pages. So please take some time to explore the MDSAP website. All right, we'll jump into knowledge check, our first one. How many total max jurisdictions can be covered during a single MDSAP audit? So just raise your hands if you think you know the answer. Is it 5, 11, or 16? Anyone? 16. Yeah, right, that is correct. It is 16. So this is also a trick question. So we have 16 regulators, and then we have WHO who uses it for their pre-qual. So 16 and a half. All right, next knowledge check question. What does MDSAP provide US FDA? Is it regulatory intelligence, regulatory landscape, or regulatory signals? Just blurt it out. Regulatory intelligence, correct. So to wrap up, MDSAP is a single regulatory audit conducted by a recognized and authorized third-party AO that can satisfy the requirements of up to 5 participating jurisdictions simultaneously, and also the other observer and affiliate members. FDA uses MDSAP audit outcomes as regulatory intelligence, and nonconformances identified in those audits can lead to further FDA enforcement. The QMSR does not significantly change the MDSAP landscape since both are grounded in ISO 13485. So thank you all for your time and attending today. I'm happy to take any questions. And also I think my contact information is available. If you have any questions after today's event, you could reach out to me.
All right, thank you, Commander Chen. Now we will open it up for questions. If any of you in the room have questions, please make your way to the microphones. Otherwise, Joseph, will you start with the first online question, please?
What is MDSAP and why is it relevant to medical device manufacturers operating under QMSR?
Yeah, so good question. At its core, MDSAP is a single regulatory audit that satisfies the quality management system quality management requirements of multiple jurisdictions, including FDA, Health Canada, ANVISA, TGA, and Japan. So the audit approach is built under ISO 13485. And now with the QMSR transition, now that we are QMSR, it's also ISO 13485 by reference. If you're an MDSAP participating manufacturer, you're well positioned to be in compliant with QMSR with the additional requirements set forth in the QMSR.
Thank you. I know all those acronyms get you mixed up, but they are two separate programs.
Yes.
All right. Question at the microphone. Yes, please.
In the development of the audit approach for MDSAP, was ISO 19011 considered in terms of the principles of auditing? Was that built into it? Because it feels out in the trenches like it was completely vacated from the process. And I'm just curious whether that standard was involved in the development of the MedSAP approach.
That's a good question. So think of the ISO 9000, right? The kind of the OG standard for quality management system, and then we have ISO 13485, which is kind of an offshoot of ISO 9000 and 9001, which is dedicated for medical devices. So to answer your question, 9011 was not considered, but we considered it through ISO 13485 and also the standard 17021, which is used to assess notified bodies. So when they were developing MDSAP audit approach, those were kind of the two documents that they've used to build its audit approach.
So follow-up question, as auditors attempt to comply with the requirements built into internal audit requirements of 13485 that are based on 19011 principles, there gets to be a point in that conversation where it becomes a conflict between compliance with 1345/19011 and now the MedSAP audit approach, which now essentially brought in its sort of own principle and approach, and honestly feels like a move back towards the checklist approach, because it's far more prescriptive, obviously, than the standard 1345 internal audit or notified body audit. So do you have advice for how to help us balance that internal conflict between what is inherently 1345 and its sub-requirements versus MedSAP?
So I could answer this question multiple ways. First, you mentioned the audit approach being prescriptive. So that question has comes up many of times through the AOs and the auditors that is very prescriptive. There is a document in MDSAP, I forget the number, I think it's P002, which lets or gives auditors the flexibility to skip certain parts of the audit approach. We've seen in use auditors go through line by line each task. That is not a requirement per this document. I'll have to look it up. So this is something that we communicate to AOs and auditors all the time. It's fine if you've seen this area before and they're compliant, you could skip over that and not follow the task line by line and jump to more high risk or pull areas where you think has more value. To your question about the 9,011, that question hasn't come up before, so I'll have to go back to my team to see if they've heard that before. We haven't heard any conflicts with that through my time with MDSAP.
Okay, I have it with me if you want to talk.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, 9011 is a dated one. Yeah, 1911 is a dated one.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, they're just different
Yeah.
approaches. Yeah. Okay, Joseph, any more online questions?
So many. Can MDSAP be used to show compliance with an affiliate or observer country requirements?
So at its core, no. When you become an affiliate member, you are recognizing the MDSAP audit and certificate as is. We are not going to add country-specific requirements for affiliate members.
Thank you. Great question, but as you say, it's cut and dry. This is where it is. All right, remember, if you're in person and you have a question, please just step up to the microphone. But until then, we will continue on with our online questions.
For a manufacturer that is MDSAP certified with successful audits without deficiency, does FDA still target an on-site inspection at some frequency, or would an FDA inspection only be expected in a for-cause scenario?
So also I can answer this in multiple ways. We use your MDSAP audit as regulatory intelligence. So I think I mentioned if you have a clean audit, so your risk of being inspected might be lower. However, if there are signals that are not detected through the MDSAP audit that we receive that the AOs would not have knowledge of, we would do a for-cause inspection to follow up on those signals.
And that's an FDA for-cause inspection.
Correct, FDA for-cause.
Thank you. We have an in-person question. Yes.
Is there a plan to bring the observer country requirements into MDSAP, such as UKCA, EUMDR?
Did everyone hear that question in the back? The question was, are there plans to bring in observers, correct, into the fold?
So good question. The answer is yes and no. The EU and UK were kind of the original founding members. So if they choose the path to become official members, we are going to adopt their regulation, so MDR, et cetera. For others that go through the affiliate to the observer path, we are not going to add their country-specific requirements.
Great question, and thanks for that response. Any more in person? All right, seeing none, Joseph, please.
Does FDA receive the same MDSAP audit report that the AO gives to the manufacturer, or does it contain more or less information?
It is the same thing.
Next up, how does FDA view the applicability of MDSAP to contract sterilization companies that do not manufacture a finished medical device but perform an outsourced process for device manufacturers?
That's a really good question. This past year, we just implemented a program called the MDO pilot, which is the Medical Device Organization pilot, where we are allowing AOs to accept contract manufacturers, for example, to be MDSAP certified. That is still just a pilot phase, and we've only limited a small number of those contract manufacturers to participate. There is a report out that we're going to do during the forum this year on whether or not we're going to continue or expand this program to more contract manufacturers. So stay tuned for more this summer.
Thank you. Looks like that question sparked an in-person question. Go right ahead, please.
It did, and I listened carefully, so I apologize if you covered this, but to summarize, could you give a high-level overview of the different experience a small manufacturer would have between an MDSAP inspection and an FDA inspection?
Let's see how great he is if he can do that in 2 minutes or less.
I'll do my best. So picture you are entering, you're a small manufacturer, you're entering a market within the 5 countries, right? Health Canada, it's mandatory to be an MDSAP participating member. So if you're going to market your device in Health Canada, you have to be MDSAP. But let's say you're marketing not in Canada, but in the US and Brazil and the other 4. The FDA inspection, I mean, it is not predictable. It is a risk-based inspection. You'll never know when we're going to go in and do an inspection. Same with NVISA, TGA in Japan. Whereas MDSAP, it's a predictable process. You know exactly where you fall on the audit cycle, when you're going to be audited, when we're going to come in to do the audits. So that eliminates the uncertainty for your staff as a smaller manufacturer, where you might have 4 jurisdictions come at various times of the year to do audits or an inspection. And that pulls away from your continuous improvement, your other things that you want to do as a small manufacturer. Hopefully that kind of answers your question.
And Commander Chen, can you clarify that although there may be different approaches with regards to an FDA inspection and an MDSAP, whether it's a large or a small manufacturer, that is...
Oh, yes. So for a small manufacturer, there is a different audit duration calculator. So that is something that the AOs will do and consider when they assess your size of your company.
Thank you. In person.
This is a really easy one. I never thought about this before until your question. Can you participate in the MDSAP program and not be ISO 13485 certified?
Ooh.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Great, easy question, easy answer, right? Certification does not have any impact on whether or not. No more in person? Okay, we have time for about 2 more online. Joseph?
Is MDSAP an additional outside audit we are required to have, even though we do have FDA inspections and internal audits?
No, it is voluntary. MDSAP is a voluntary program. It is not a requirement.
And is there any plan to extend beyond the 16 jurisdictions covering the rest of the world?
Yes. So programs like this, outreach, the MDSAP forum, which I can say we are inviting more South Asian Pacific countries to the forum to listen and get training to see if this program is right for them. So there are plans to expand the program beyond the 5 official members.
Thank you. Those were too short, Joseph, so I need at least one more.
Absolutely. How about what happens to a nonconformance that was raised under the legacy quality system regulation framework that may no longer be directly applicable or valid under QMSR?
That is a really good question. So there's multiple parts I can answer this. So think of it through context and documentation of what you have. So you have to be in compliance with QMSR, and I recognize you could be inspected under QSR, which is technically no longer applicable or not applicable. That doesn't mean that we are going to close your observation without analysis. So as a manufacturer, you have to conduct your regulatory mapping exercise, for example, document your rationale of what you're doing this, why you're doing this compared to this, consider other CAPA implications, and also, talk to your AO as well to see, what, if you're in MDSAP, obviously, talk to your AO as far as, this is a tough question. Talk to your AO as far as, your certification, your MDSR certification, and also the country-specific requirements. But the message is, regulatory transition going from QSR to QMSR doesn't erase that you've had existing QSR violations. So you have to do that exercise internally to map, what is applicable to you, and you still have to satisfy those requirements because it is required by QMSR. It is the law.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great question. I know we sometimes have gotten that in DICE, and people
companies, organizations want to know because, they're trying to move forward in QMSR, but then they had this halo over their heads before, this dark cloud, not a halo, before. So they're trying to see how they can best and more smoothly transition over, and then of course address the issue. All right, so I'll turn it over to you for a call to action.
It's a call to action. So we've went through the MDSAP information, the state of the program, and also how the FDA uses MDSAP. So your concrete next step, I encourage you to visit the MDSAP global website or reach out to a recognized AO to learn more about participation or share what you've learned today with your quality team. MDSAP is a program designed to make regulatory compliance more efficient and more transparent. So I hope today's session has helped you see that for your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so as promised, we said we would do 2 presentations and then allow you a break. I think we're about 5 minutes ahead. So that will give you time. You can take a break now until 2:30, 2:35, 2:45. So in the meantime, also as a reminder, if you are looking for the certificate of attendance to present for credit to your organization, such as SOCR, RAPS, and others, please don't forget to sign up at the front desk, provide them with your email there. All right, so we are on break now. Thank you. Don't forget, we have one more presentation by the investigator. All right.
Everybody leave
now.
No. People are fresh to go find friends.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So as we move into our last presentation of the day, I want you to start thinking of those probing questions that you have that you really wanted to ask an investigator, but you were kind of too afraid to ask, and something that you just thought of today inside that you're like, might as well get it answered while I'm here. So our very last presentation for today is a presentation on quality management system regulation. Who knew, right? Risk-based inspection. And that presentation will be given by Ms. Janet Pulver. She is a medical device senior operations officer for our Office of Medical Device and Radiological Health Inspectorate with the Office of Inspections and Investigations. Janet Pulver is a senior operations officer with the FDA's Office of Inspection and serves as a national expert in the medical device and radiological health program areas. She joined the FDA in 2008 and has since conducted more than 200 medical device inspections, both domestically and internationally, including inspections covering human tissue and radiological health regulations. She came to the FDA with more than 10 years of experience in FDA-regulated industry, working in quality and regulatory positions in clinical research, tissue bank, and medical devices. Prior to that, she spent 8 years as a chemistry medical technologist working with IVDs. And please continue to read the remainder of her bio on the FDA events webpage, or I may divulge her age and she would be upset with me. So please help me welcome Janet Pulver.
Thank you, Tonya, for that very nice welcome. I'm very happy to be here. A very an important topic and very relevant today. Okay, is this oh. And while we get this set up, just to give you a little background, you guys probably know this. The announcement that we were going to incorporate 13485, that happened in 2018. You guys remember 2018? We started working on this transition January 2019. That's how long this project has been. Very intense, and I'm very fortunate that I've been involved from the very beginning of this project in the development of the inspection process and the development of the training for the investigators, and even in the clearance of the actual rule. The OII took a very important part of that. So this is a project that's been very dear and near to my heart. A lot of sweat and tears and, and long nights. But anyway, so again, my name is Janet Pulver and I'm stationed in Los Angeles, California. So the learning objectives for my presentation, here I will describe the QMSR medical device risk-based inspection process, review medical device inspection types and models, and I will provide an overview of Part 5 of the Compliance Program 7382.850. In the next slides, I'm going to review the medical device risk-based inspection process that is described in our compliance program titled Inspection of Medical Device Manufacturers, Inspection of Medical Device Manufacturers, which is a public document and available to you on our website. This new inspection process replaces the old quality system inspection technique, or QSET, that most of you are most likely familiar with. And it was developed to align with the new Quality Management System Regulation, or QMSR, which became effective on February 2nd, 2026, hence the little groundhog there. And I'm not sure that was totally a coincidence. Maybe somebody out there had a sense of humor, but Groundhog Day 2026. In this email that we sent out with the announcement, we explained that device inspections will be conducted under the updated compliance program. Both the QS regulation and QSET are now in retirement. And we know they have served us very well, and it's been for a long time, but now it's time to shift to harmonization and incorporation of ISO 13485.
And therefore, now we have a brand new inspection process aligned with this new QMSR regulation. The goals of FDA inspections are, first, to evaluate if the manufacturer's quality management system, or QMS, meets FDA requirements and provides a reasonable assurance that the devices manufactured will be safe and effective. And two, to evaluate if the manufacturer's risk management and risk-based decision-making are effectively used in the QMS. The diagram on the screen represents a high-level depiction of the risk-based inspection process, which aligns with the QMSR. The center of the diagram shows patients and users as the central focus of our inspections. The risk management circle surrounding the patients and users represents FDA's emphasis on using a manufacturer's risk management documentation to help focus the inspection on risk. The inspection process organizes the QMSR requirements into 6 QMS areas and 4 other applicable FDA requirements that we refer to as offers. The QMS areas are represented as 6 circles, and there is 1 hexagon representing the 4 offers. The 6 QMS areas are management oversight, production and service provision, design and development, change control, outsourcing and purchasing, and management, measurement analysis and improvement, MA&I. The 4 offers are medical device reporting, reports of corrections and removals, medical device tracking, and unique device identification. You see 2-way roads connecting the different QMS areas and offers. Those show the interrelationship between each other and to patients, users, and risk management. The roads also show the flexibility of the inspection process. The outer circle shows that the inspection process contributes to accomplishing FDA's mission to protect public health. Each QMS area and offer is described in more detail in Attachment A of the compliance program, and I'm going to review 2 examples of QMS areas and 1 offer. Okay. Attachment A of the compliance program contains tables of the different QMS areas and the offers, and you will see under each QMS area there is a purpose, 1 or more elements, and their associated regulatory requirements. In the tables, the terms clause or clauses refer to those requirements that are coming from ISO 13485, the 2016 version, which is the one that was incorporated by reference under 21 CFR 820.7, as Tonya explained earlier. Manufacturers subject to this part are required under 21 CFR 820.10 to document a quality management system that complies with the applicable requirements of ISO 13485. So here I'm showing you an example. This is the management oversight QMS area. The purpose of the QMS area, of this QMS area, is to make sure that top management provides adequate resources and uses risk management and risk-based decision-making effectively throughout the QMS. Top management is responsible for oversight of the QMS and its processes. So this QMS area references requirements from different parts of ISO 13485 and Part 820. During an inspection, an investigator may review 1 or more of these elements, depending on the inspection type and model, which I will discuss in more detail in a couple of slides. But from the elements listed on this table, and you see it to the right, I want to point out 2 specific subclauses, which is 7.1, planning of product realization, and 412B, risk-based approach. These two are very key, and they were pulled into this management oversight very intentionally. This was done with consideration of the discussion of risk in the preamble to the final rule, which says in part, please put an asterisk beside this. This is comment 19 in the preamble. The explicit integration of risk management throughout the clauses of ISO 13485 more explicitly establishes a requirement for risk management to occur throughout a QMS, and effective risk management systems provide the framework for sound decision-making within a QMS and provide assurance that the devices will be safe and effective. This is the table for the QMS area change control. The purpose of this area is to ensure that changes are adequately evaluated for risk and impact on products and processes prior to implementation. And it includes QMSR requirements pertaining to changes to the QMS, software, products and processes, and purchasing. Okay. This is the table for one of the offers, specifically the medical device reporting. The purpose of this offer is to ensure that MDRs are identified, investigated, reported, and documented in a timely manner in accordance with 21 CFR Part 803 and 820.10B3. The next two slides describe how investigators conduct risk-based inspections. Investigators use critical thinking and consider risk throughout the inspection. They become familiar with the manufacturer's roles, products, and processes, and identify product risks that could adversely impact patients or users. Investigators will also review risk management documentation to understand related hazards, harms, and associated risk control measures. Based on this review and using critical thinking, investigators select an element and evaluate the related requirements within the particular QMS area or offer to determine if the manufacturer is meeting requirements. And I'd like to point out that the inspection process is flexible, meaning the QMS areas and offers are not required to be evaluated in any specific order. This might be something different or in contrast with QSET. As you remember, QSET had a specific order generally that we follow to conduct inspections. Okay, moving on to the inspection types and models. The inspection types are described in the compliance program, specifically in Part 3, Figure 3, and there are 7 inspection types. We have non-baseline surveillance. These are used when there was a previous FDA inspection or MDSAP audit that was classified as no action indicated, or NAI, or voluntary action indicated. Next, we have baseline surveillance. These are used when we have no history on the firm, when risk factors trigger the inspection, or for firms that are not enrolled in MDSAP. And we have compliance follow-up inspections, which are conducted to follow up on a previous FDA inspection or MDSAP audit that resulted in regulatory action. Next, we have for-cause inspections that are directed to follow up on specific signals, issues, or consumer complaints. Special product risk assignments that focus on specific product risks that are identified, and they're not necessarily for one particular firm, but more for a product in general.
And the last two are assigned for pre-market approvals, for pre-approval when the PMA application is submitted, and the post is after PMA approval. So these are the types of inspection. Now let's go over the models. So inspection model number 1 is used for most types of inspections, including non-baseline surveillance, compliance follow-ups, for costs, specific product risks, and PMA post-market inspections. During an inspection following Model 1, an investigator will identify product risks that could adversely impact patients or users and select at minimum one element to evaluate requirements in each of the 6 QMS areas. It is up to the investigator to decide what elements to evaluate based on the issues that they're seeing. One difference between this inspection process and QSIT is that now on every inspection, FDA will evaluate to some extent requirements on each of the main parts of your QMS. And as part of the Model 1 inspections, investigators will also cover each of the 4 offers, if applicable. For example, maybe the device tracking doesn't apply to you, but they'll still follow up to make sure. And then some general items such as registration and listing, marketing authorizations, previous 483s or compliance issues, and other areas as defined in the assignment. For example, one additional area that we might look at is if your medical device also falls under the Electronic Product Radiation Control, EPRC, we'll evaluate that as well. But important to clarify, if an inspection reveals objectionable conditions, or if information cannot be adequately assessed through review of the minimum requirements, the investigator may consider selecting additional elements for evaluation. Moving on, we have here the inspection model number 2, which is used for baseline inspections and PMA pre-approval inspections. And this is documented in the compliance program in Figure 2. Now here, investigators again will identify product risks that could adversely impact patients or users, and they will evaluate at a minimum the elements listed under each QMS area, which are as follows. Under design and development, we're going to look at design inputs, outputs, design reviews, verification and validation, including software, and design transfer. Under change control, we look at product and process changes. And management oversight includes review of management reviews, the medical device file, and planning of product realization. Moving on additional areas for Model 2, review of MA&I includes analysis of data, non-conforming product, complaint handling, feedback, internal audits, and corrective actions and preventive actions. Under production and service provision, we look at validation, control of production and service, identification and traceability, and sterile devices, including validation of sterilization and barrier systems. And then under outsourcing and purchasing, we look at outsourcing. And lastly, same as before, we evaluate one element under each offer and the general items. Okay, now let's turn to the regulatory and administrative strategy considerations discussed in Part 5 of the compliance program. The deficiencies that are observed by investigators may result in either a situation 1 or situation 2. Could result in a situation 1 or a situation 2. So a situation 1 provides examples for initially classifying an inspection as official action indicated, or OAI, when evidence supports a significant deficiency or a pattern of deficiencies within one or more QMS areas or OFERs. The first example is failure to establish, implement, or maintain processes for risk management, which are required under subclass 7.1. The second example is when information gathered through the feedback process or post-market surveillance is not used as potential inputs into risk management. And I just dropped my flashlight. So when information gathered through feedback is not input into risk management for monitoring and maintaining the product realization or improvement processes. And this is alludes to subclass 8.2.1. Now, situation 1, when you look in the compliance program, there's 7 additional examples, and these are great because it tells you what level of follow-up you might expect and tells you the significance of what we're seeing. But anyways, look at situation 1 in the compliance program. There's 7 additional examples. An example of a situation 2 would be when less significant deviations are observed where there's minimal or no public health impact. For example, when the observations indicate there is a low probability that non-conforming devices will be produced. Investigators submit the cases to compliance to CDRH, and the CDRH reviews the case sent by the Office of Inspections and Investigations, and they make a regulatory decision taking into consideration some important factors. For example, they consider the manufacturer's quality data, and this relates to the performance and quality of devices as observed during inspections. For example, corrective actions, preventive actions, recalls, MDRs, and post-market surveillance reports. They also look at your inspection and your compliance history. For example, severity of repetitive issues, correction of deficiencies in a timely manner, and the firm's timely communications to provide evidence of the corrective actions. And then another example of that they take into consideration is the manufacturer's demonstrated commitment to resolving regulatory deficiencies and implementing effective corrective actions, providing adequate resources, and implementing appropriate mitigations to reduce the risk to public health. And lastly, real quick, just to provide an overview of the different inspection classifications. You have the no action indicated, and that's when no objectionable conditions were observed or the significance does not justify further action. Voluntary action indicated where there was objectionable conditions observed, but do not meet the threshold for regulatory action. And then, of course, regulatory official action indicated. This is where objectionable conditions warrant regulatory action, for example, regulatory, administrative, or judicial actions. Okay. Here I have 3 resources for you. Probably the most important one is 7382.850. This is the compliance program. The entire inspection process is described in this compliance program. And again, there's not going to be another document replacing QSET. So everything you need to know about how investigators conduct inspections, it's there, 7382.850. And there's a link to a town hall that was held, FDA held in April of 2026. And then I have a link for some QMSR frequently asked questions.
So in summary, the new inspection process replaces QSET and is focused on risk to patients and users. The new inspection process organizes the QMSR into 6 QMS areas and 4 OFERs, and all are evaluated during inspections. The emphasis is on risk management to help focus the inspection on risk. And the process is flexible, and the QMS areas and OFERs are not evaluated in a specific order. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation, so I'll be glad to take some questions. Can't wait. Except you. No, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Janet, for that wonderful presentation. And go ahead, in person first.
Yes.
What is FDA's inspection, manufacturer identification of top management in your bodies?
Okay, so that is defined in 13485. And specifically would be this person that has that responsibility to develop the quality manual, the quality policy, and implement that culture of quality. And that's huge, because you'll see that the theme now is all about risk-based and risk-based decision-making.
Yeah. What would you expect to see?
I would expect that to be, obviously, we always look at your organizational charts, and not just look at that, but we ask those questions. And point blank, we will ask, who is your top management? And when you have different affiliates or different organizations within an umbrella, we clearly identify the business structure and the different organization, business units, and who is the responsible for each one. But ultimately, we point blank ask, who is the top management official?
And do we need to name them by name, or can we identify them by job role?
You need to identify them by name.
By name.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Could you actually just repeat that question? A lot of people online didn't hear the specific question.
His last question?
Yes.
The question was something like,
he wanted to know what do you all consider top management? What are they looking for when you're defining who the top manager is? And what does that look like? Whether or not it had to be by name in writing or description, as Janet was saying.
Yeah. In the past, when under QS Reg, we referred to the highest management official. Now we've moved to the term top management to be more in line with 13485. And EU also has that requirement in a definition. So it's all aligned with the international standard now.
And I can add that, I know Janet shared that they are looking for a name, and that's typically when the investigator is out there and they are specifically asking who is that top manager, and you have to describe what their roles and responsibilities are, as well as their education and training. And so that's important too. And if you look at the standard, the definition of the top manager, top management, or top management rep, they're making sure that they demonstrate they have those responsibility to provide resources as well, and make those decisions and continue with that quality of culture. Next question. No in person? All right, Joseph.
Will investigators follow the MDSAP audit approach for QMSR inspections instead of the QSIT under QSR?
That's an easy one, and the answer is no. We will follow the risk-based inspection process.
You want to give them the compliance program number, Jen?
Yes, as described, this in risk-based inspection process is described in the compliance program 7382.850.
Thank you. We have an in-person question.
Yes.
Call from the factor, why no they do the voluntary inspection or
Okay, so a couple of things there. This pilot, the one-day inspection assessment that you're speaking of, this was announced by our commissioner, and that was a pilot that we did in April. So at this point, we're analyzing the data, so there's no final answer on where this is going to go. But in terms of the 482, you threw that in there like a bonus for me. Under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, for us to conduct inspections, we have to present the FDA 482, which is the notice of inspections. So that would apply. So whatever inspection, so the 1 day, half day, 10-minute, we will issue a 482.
Thank you. Any more? All right, we got another one as she makes her way to the mic. Joseph, can we get one from online?
What are the most common supplier control deficiencies the FDA observes during inspections, and what are best practices that can help companies demonstrate an effective supplier management process?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. Very poignant now under QMSR. So one thing that I have observed is that firms are very solid when it comes to supplier controls. So let's compare before to now. Right now, you are evaluating your suppliers under subclass 7.4, okay? So one important part that has been missed is the new requirement under 4.1.5, and that is for outsourced processes. So the issue that we're seeing is that maybe we are missing that part of the 1345. And let me explain a little bit. 415 applies to outsourced processes. And it tells you that if you outsource a process that could affect the requirement of the product, a significant process, that you cannot delegate the responsibility. And now you have to control and monitor the process. Underline the words, the process. That section also say, in addition, you have to control the supplier under 7.4. So what the confusion comes in, you have a supplier that, you know, you outsource a significant process that it's been addressed under 7.4 and you're missing 4.15. So I would urge you to look at your supplier control procedures to see if you are addressing the traditional supplier qualification evaluation, which is per se under 7.4, and missing the 4.1.5 requirements. And then, so the last thing I would say on that is that this is all risk-based. So the controls for the supplier and the controls of the process, control and monitor of the process under 4.15, it's all risk-based. So the type of controls, we don't tell you what that is. What we will look to see is what is the criticality of the product process that you obtain from that supplier, and based on that, we'll determine if the controls are adequate.
Great, thank you, thank you. And we'll take these last two questions.
For baseline surveillance inspection types, could you provide examples of risk factors that indicate an evaluation may be required under this type?
An evaluation.
Like what are some examples of risk factors under that inspection types?
The baseline.
So your
Just repeat the question for people online. They're having a hard time hearing the mic.
Your question was with regards to risk-based inspections, are there certain factors that they use to evaluate that?
Yeah, because on that slide, it just had a sub-bullet for risk factors generally, and I just
want to know what are the criteria.
Gotcha. Okay, so risk factors would refer to, we have multiple signal teams, and that could be like a big area where risks will be identified. I'm not sure if that.
And they are referring to as well, you know how now in ISO 13485, there are specific areas under specific clauses that specify you have to make decisions based on risk. You have to factor in risk. So in those specific areas, such as clause 7.3.3, I believe, where they're talking about process validation, you are to make sure that you are validating
processes with regards to risk. So anywhere in that standard where they see you have to make these risk-based decisions, those are the risk factors that they're going to include. And they're going to look at the risk of the device, the risk of the processes. So those are the risk factors.
And I can add a couple of things to that because remember when I told you put an asterisk on this? And this is where I'm going to touch on. So now you have a requirement for risk management under product realization, 7.1. Throughout explicitly in different subclasses, there's about 19 that specifically call that out. But because this is part of your 7.1 on the product realization, obviously risk management applies to the entire life cycle. 412B requires manufacturers to implement a risk-based approach. That applies also to the entire QMS. So I'm not sure if this is what you're referring specifically, in terms of risk in your QMS, or did you mean risks that FDA identifies to assign in inspections? But in the compliance program, there's also a section that tells you how we prioritize inspections, taking into consideration risk.
I guess it was the latter of what you were saying. There were just like more concrete examples, but
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then just like another easy one, just to confirm, de novo pre-approval inspections would fall under Model 1. Is that correct?
Pre-approval?
Yeah, like de novo.
No, those will be Model 2.
Model 2. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right, last question of the day.
Oh.
If it's if it's a quick one. Is it not on?
No. Oh, check this one too.
For firms that are not doing manufacturing but are registered as initial importers,
yes,
are they still subject to inspection under these models, and how would that look different versus what a manufacturer would see?
We talked earlier about the applicability and non-applicability. So that would be a Model 1 inspection. And again, we will assess elements and QMS areas that are applicable. And I can kind of mention, we talked about that earlier, where the question was about exclusion or exceptions versus non-applicability. So that might be an example where it's pretty straightforward. If the requirement doesn't apply to you, it's non-applicability. But the exclusions pertains specifically to design and development. I think there was a gentleman that brought that up. And the most clear example that I can think of is the difference between those two is an exclusion is a requirement in 1345 that applies to you. But you are going to ask for an exclusion for a specific reason. And the typical example is meeting the requirement of a jurisdiction, because 1345 applies to every company in the world, in every jurisdiction, right? So that's an example. Exclusion would be for design and development, specifically as it relates to Class 1 devices, because Class 1 devices technically fall under 1345. But for our jurisdiction, that's where you can request an exclusion for that, for Class 1 devices. Yes, it applies to me, but I'm going to exclude these for the FDA.
Quickly, last question.
Sure. Thank you, Janet, for the presentation. My question is, can you share with us your learning findings, experience, challenges, trending, or any of the above when it comes to inspecting combination products that include a device constituent, and as well as implementing the QMSR requirements to those products?
Okay, so for combination products, you'll see in the rule, we talk about like the changes that were made to Part 4 for combination products, but we're still analyzing data coming in, and I haven't seen anything specific about combination products, but I can tell you that as it relates to QMSR, for combination products will be very important to implement that subclass 7.1, which is risk management, which that was kind of in there before, but not there before.
So for combination products, design and development and risk management, those are two areas that we're going to focus on the combination products. And I haven't seen any data coming in terms of challenges or issues with inspection of combination products, but it'll be the same process in terms of you have your primary regulation and then you'll have your add-ons or your call-outs. But now you have different call-outs. So now you have risk management and you have design and development and you have the other ones.
All right, thank you, thank you. So we will conclude with a call to action. Our presenter.
Okay, I had three, and I thought about it very carefully. Two straightforward and easy, and one big one. I want to start with the little ones. Download this 7382.850. It tells you everything, how we do the inspections, background, regulation, history. Yeah, it's going to start in the 1800s or something like that. So that's where you can find all the information on how to conduct this inspection process. Number two, this is very specific because I'm seeing an issue with this. Please verify your supplier procedures and make sure that your procedures are addressing the requirements in 415. I mentioned that earlier. It's very, very important because I feel that the control and monitoring of the processes is being overlooked and replaced with 7.4, control of the supplier. A little bit of a difference. Make sure you're addressing both. And then the big one is this. Please ensure that your internal audits evaluate how risk management is integrated throughout product realization and that you are applying a risk-based approach to all the decisions in your quality management system. Thank you.
So thank you, Janet, for, of course, a very interesting presentation. And this will conclude our day 2 of the SBIA REdI Annual Conference. We hope that the information has been both educational and informative. And without you, it could not have taken place. So we ask that if there was any additional information you feel you need, or there's a burning question that you have not had addressed yet, please use any of the resources you see here on the slide. Either utilize our CDRH Learn webpage. You can use the QR code as well as the URL that's listed here. Or if you just like reading that additional information, please visit our device advice, text-based educational information that's provided using either this QR code or the URL there. And then, of course, finally, feel free to reach out to our Division of Industry and Consumer Education by any of the means that is listed here, and so that you can put a face to a name or a voice when you call in, or if you see that information that's being provided to you. I would like to take this time to introduce and thank our entire Division of Industry and Consumer Education so that you can see who was behind the scenes making all of these last 2 days possible. I will start with our tech team over here that was helping, Ms. Bediakoh. And when I call your names, could you please come forward so they can see you front and center? Come forward. Come forward. Captain Kimberly Permatio, tech team. And because you all were inside, you may not have had a chance to meet our team that was manning the booth outside, but they've done a great job with addressing the passerbys. We have Shala Riazi. Come forward. And Shala, correct me if I mispronounced your name. Eileen Velez Cabasa, come forward. Thank you. Eva Ellsworth, come forward. Walter Snesko, come forward. These are our booth team members. Thank you, thank you. And of course, you all at least know his first name, but Joseph Hillring, he was behind the scenes, our online moderator. All right, I missed one, Diana. Diana Kenneth Stays, come forward. And where's Giselle? Giselle, did she leave? She was also one of our online moderators. And of course, you've all seen them, but I'd like for them to stand again. Our presenters for both day 1 and 2. You all just heard from Janet. We still have Michelle Rios, please stand, and Kenneth Chen, please stand, as well as Ruth Bediakoh. Ruth is a part of our Division of Industry and Consumer Education. You do not get off the hook. You have to come forward. And of course, oh, yes, James Walker, yes. They stand, yes, please come forward. We want to see you front and center. And Kendra Holter, Kendra presented on yesterday. And of course, our fierce leader, he was, of course, quiet. We gave him a break these past 2 days, but Joseph Tartle, please come forward. He's our acting director. Get in here.
Thank you, Tonya, and thank everyone here as well as we close this out. Our division is here to help you. We truly believe that knowledge fosters voluntary compliance, and compliance is the base. Quality goes up from there. So we expect everyone to take the information they learned, go back, talk to your firms, talk to your researchers, your top management, and make sure they all get the message as well. So thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, photographer, for coming in and getting that shot. And just these last 2 reminders before you jet for the door, because I understand there's a storm that's coming this way. Please take the time when you receive the link to complete the evaluation. As I stated earlier, we really appreciate your feedback. And also, in order to get your certificate of attendance, you will want to complete that evaluation. As a reminder, the recordings for both day 1 and day 2 will be made available, and they will be posted on the FDA events webpage. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Safe travels. Yay.